I demand your thoughts on this new black man.
All of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe what the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty.
You know
Come
what
on,
this
put your
motherfucker
hands
just
together
did?
and give your great God glory.
This is one of the fucking most.
Every hill and every
Young
molehill in Mississippi, from every state,
I demand
every city, every village, and
your
every
thoughts
hamlet.
on this
And
new
when we let freedom ring, we will be
black
able
man.
to speed up that day. All of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe what the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty.
You know
Come
what
on,
this
put your
motherfucker
hands
just
together
did?
and give your great God great glory.
This is one of the fucking most.
Every hill and every
Young
molehill in Mississippi, from every state.
I can watch this all day. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you, Reverend Sewell. We shall begin the show. Hopefully, everybody can hear me. I'm using earbuds, so we'll see how it goes. Uh, we have quite a number of news stories I'm going to start out with. Some Trump news. Um, Looks like pretty much all of it is Trump news, except maybe one article. So we're gonna dive right in, and while I'm telling you what's going on here, just enjoy the deer. And I also want to thank Tough Guy for a couple new background songs. Um, they're actually fantastic. So again, thank you, Tough Guy. He's quite a talented musician. So first item of business, Trump White House rescinds order freezing federal spending, reversing course. And I haven't really read the story, so we'll do the auto reader. Let me go ahead and welcome 12th Man and Deacon Dave, lead CKJ3, salute man. Portia, hey there. So let's get right into let's see why President Trump is reversing course.
This news story was written by Jeff Stein and Tony Rahm. Trump White House rescinds order freezing federal spending, reversing course. The Budget Office came under immense pressure over the impacts of a sudden pause in key government grants. The White House Budget Office on Wednesday rescinded an order freezing federal grants after the administration's move to halt spending earlier this week provoked a backlash. In the memo distributed to federal agencies, Matthew J. Vaith, acting director of the White House Office of Management and Budget, states that OMB Memorandum M2513 is rescinded. That order, issued Monday, instructed federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligations or disbursement of all federal financial assistance. The White House order freezing federal grants caused mass chaos and confusion across Washington, appearing to imperil government programs that fund schools, provide housing, and ensure that low-income Americans have access to health care. States reported problems accessing money under Medicaid, and early Wednesday, some public housing authorities reported still being locked out of their funding portal, though access cleared up later. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt had said Tuesday that assistance for individuals would not be affected. The Trump administration withdrew the order a day after a federal judge in Washington temporarily halted its implementation until February 3rd, allowing public health advocates, nonprofits, and businesses, represented by the left-leaning group Democracy Forward, more time to challenge the directive's legality. Separately, roughly 24 state attorneys general filed their own lawsuit against the administration Tuesday. arguing that the pause in federal spending has harmed their residents. That suit continued Wednesday despite the order's rescission. Levitt acknowledged that the initial budget office memo has been suspended, but said that the administration's broader efforts to block spending it opposes remain in effect. She said the order was rescinded to make clear that the administration will comply with the federal order pausing the freeze and to end the court case. Other executive orders approved by President Donald Trump but not rescinded, including a pause on foreign aid and on some clean energy funding approved by the Biden administration, do appear to have frozen some federal activities, including around diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, budget experts said. The administration issued humanitarian waivers Tuesday, allowing some foreign aid to go forward despite that pause. The executive orders issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented by all agencies and departments, Levitt said in a statement that also blasted dishonest media coverage, without giving any specific examples. This action should effectively end the court case and allow the government to focus on enforcing the president's orders on controlling federal spending. In the coming weeks and months, more executive action will continue to end the egregious waste of federal funding. Speaking at the White House, Trump asserted Wednesday that the media had purposefully created confusion over whether the freeze would affect Social Security and Medicare. He characterized the pause as a short-term freeze on certain discretionary spending payments. For us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. The American people strongly support these efforts, Trump said. We are fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. Republicans in Congress echoed Trump's complaint. Hours before the White House rescinded the freeze, Representative Tom Emmer, Minnesota, the number 3 Republican in the House, called coverage of the OMB's order the first ridiculous media hoax of 2025. The OMB review of certain spending priorities should be seen for what it is: good governance, Emmer said from the GOP's policy retreat at Trump's golf resort outside Miami. I, for one, am glad to have a president in the White House who is delivering on his promise to get our fiscal house in order. The fight also spilled into Wednesday's confirmation hearing for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to serve as the nation's top health official, with lawmakers trading barbs over whether Medicaid funding had truly been paused, as dozens of officials around the country warned Tuesday, or whether it was a media hoax. It's been proven false overnight, said Senator Mike Crapo, Republican Idaho, the Senate Finance Committee's chairman. Senator Ron Wyden, Democrat Oregon, countered by referencing the bedlam that Medicaid officials reported Tuesday. Democrats on Capitol Hill blasted the administration. Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, New York, demanded that Trump withdraw his nomination of Russell Vought to head the budget office. We know they will come back at this again and again and again, Schumer said. The rescinded order reflects what is likely to be just one of many initial battles over the Trump administration's attempts to assert far more control over the federal budget. Trump and Vought have maintained that the executive branch should have far more discretion to cancel federal spending without congressional approval. While this is extremely welcome news, it only stops those illegal pauses in government funding approved by the budget office's freeze, said Bobby Kogan, a former Biden administration official now at the Center for American Progress, a left-leaning think tank. Vought and Mark Paoletta, tapped as an attorney for the White House Budget Office, have said the administration will challenge a 1974 budget law that limits presidential authority to cancel spending. Paoletta has asserted that the law is unconstitutional, arguing that it reverses presidential authority to cancel federal funds that dates back to the nation's founding. Jacob Bogage and Dan Diamond contributed to this report.
Well, a couple comments. I appreciate Trump's zealousness in trying to rein in the federal budget, you know, wrangle the most out of every tax dollar. The one question I have is he's got a Republican uh, Congress. Why is he not trusting that Republicans in Congress will do what he needs or wants them to do? Doesn't he trust his fellow Republicans in the Congress? Uh, it's a slower process, if you run everything through Congress, but they control the budget and the purse strings and all that. I not exactly sure where this goes. It's very interesting. One other thing, I actually don't have a problem with freezing the foreign aid and reviewing what's going where. I think that's a good idea. Should have been done years ago. So not everything he does is bad, apparently. Next item. And if anybody has any comments in the chat, feel free to put them in the chat or come up here and discuss these news articles. Um, the next item of business, Justice Department is said to discuss dropping case against Eric Adams. This is an interesting development. Um, Love to see where this goes.
Justice Department is said to discuss dropping case against Eric Adams. This article is by Maggie Haberman, William K. Rashbaum, Devlin Barrett, and Jonah E. Bromwich, and read by an automated voice. Senior Justice Department officials under President Trump have held discussions with federal prosecutors in Manhattan about the possibility of dropping their corruption case against Mayor Eric Adams of New York, according to 5 people with knowledge of the matter. The officials have also spoken to Mr. Adams's defense team since Mr. Trump took office, the people said. The defense team is led by Alex Spiro, who is also the personal lawyer for Elon Musk, the world's richest man and one of the president's closest advisors. Mr. Adams was indicted in September on charges including bribery, fraud, and soliciting illegal foreign campaign contributions after an investigation that began in 2021. He has pleaded not guilty, maintained his innocence, and contended that he is being prosecuted because he criticized the Biden administration. In recent weeks, Mr. Adams, a Democrat, has curried favor with Mr. Trump. He met with the president-elect near Mar-a-Lago, attended the inauguration, and has said that from now on, he will share any criticisms of the president in private. Mr. Trump has the power to pardon Mr. Adams, and in December said that the mayor had been treated pretty unfairly by prosecutors, and suggested he was considering issuing a pardon. The 2 men, according to several people close to the mayor, have been in direct communication for weeks, speaking on the phone. A spokesman for the Office of the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, which is prosecuting the case, declined to comment. The office, known for its independence, is being led on an interim basis by Danielle Sassoon, a veteran prosecutor selected by the Trump administration. A spokeswoman for Mr. Spiro did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Mr. Trump's nominee to be Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who was Mr. Trump's personal lawyer in his criminal cases over the past 2 years and is a former federal prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, was not part of the discussions. A senior Justice Department official said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to describe sensitive discussions, Mr. Blanche has not yet gone through the Senate confirmation process. Another Justice Department official said all communications between Manhattan prosecutors and Mr. Adams's legal team about the case had gone through the office of the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emile Bove, who is also a former Southern District prosecutor and worked with Mr. Blanche on Mr. Trump's criminal cases. It is not unusual for leaders of the Justice Department in Washington to discuss high-profile criminal cases with their counterparts in Manhattan, and there is no indication that the Manhattan prosecutors are inclined to drop the case. But the timing of the discussions, before the confirmation of Mr. Trump's choices for Attorney General and U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, Pam Bondi and Jay Clayton, raises questions. It is also commonplace for defense lawyers in major cases to ask senior Justice Department officials in Washington to lessen or drop prosecutions. What is notable, however, is that such discussions are happening at a time when there is a skeleton crew of Trump administration officials running the department, which is undergoing major personnel and policy changes. Mr. Adams presides over a so-called sanctuary city, one where Trump administration officials this week began a crackdown on undocumented migrants. The Justice Department is among the agencies leading that crackdown. In a memo last week, Mr. Bove threatened to prosecute local officials who interfere with the administration's immigration agenda. In December, the mayor's defense lawyers revealed in court papers that prosecutors had presented additional evidence to a grand jury in his case, suggesting that more charges could be coming against the mayor himself, his associates, or both. Earlier this month, prosecutors wrote in another filing that they had continued to uncover additional criminal conduct by Adams and identify
Oh,
additional
wow.
individuals involved. Another indication that new charges might be in the works. The filing provided no additional detail on the conduct they said they had uncovered. Under Mr. Trump, federal prosecutors have moved swiftly to halt several ongoing cases, including one against a Texas surgeon accused of obtaining private medical information about gender transition care for minors, and another against Jeffrey Fortenberry, a Republican congressman from Nebraska who was facing a second trial related to campaign finance violations. Glenn Thrush contributed, reporting.
Well, that's an interesting development. Um, so, basically a pardon may not be needed if they just drop the case. So, guess we'll stay tuned for that one. Let's see. Next, um, huge majority of Greenlanders don't want to be American, according to a poll. So, not sure what to say about that. I can't imagine why they wouldn't want to be. Let's see. This video, we'll play it right quick. Oops.
Good evening, Stanton.
How you doing, 12 man?
I think Greenland will be
Pretty good.
down with us.
Good to see. Good to
Hey, this
see you
article,
again,
hey,
Stanton.
hold on, whoa. It's an article playing.
Be with us. I don't know really what claim Denmark has to it, but it would be a very unfriendly act if they didn't allow that to happen, because that's for protection of the free world. It's not for us, it's for the free world. Right now you have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have ships from various countries. It's not a good situation. And I believe we'll get
I can't hear it too well,
You're
Stanton.
talking about that nobody knows, but I think we'll get other things. But I do believe Greenland
Yeah,
will get,
the
because it
audio's
really
not
has to
too
do
good.
with freedom of the world, not just freedom of. It has nothing to do with the United States, other than we're the one that can provide the freedom. They can't.
Unless my audio's bad.
I'll go ahead and read the article. It says an overwhelming number of Greenlanders reject U.S. President Donald Trump's idea that the country should leave Denmark to become a part of the United States, according to a new poll. In the poll conducted between January 22nd, excuse me, and 26th by Varian for Danish newspaper Berlingske and Greenlandic newspaper, oh, can't pronounce that word, Sermitsak. Wow. Uh, 85% of respondents say they do not support joining the U.S., while 6% said they would back such a move, and 9% said they were undecided. Why it matters. Trump has said that Greenlanders want to be a part of the U.S., and a previous survey from Patriot Polling suggested a majority backed such a move, but the poll out Wednesday directly contradicts that narrative. Greenland is part of strategic importance to the U.S. due to its use in imports and exports, its military significance, and its natural resources. Trump's push to acquire the territory has sparked diplomatic tensions between Denmark, Greenland, and the United States. I don't know. I don't really have much to say about that other than it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. I kind of have a doubt that this is gonna happen. It would be interesting. I guess he would make it a territory. Uh,
Right.
I know it's got a lot of rare earth minerals and things like that. So I mean, I agree that it's strategically important and a nice to have, but I don't know if the people don't
Well,
want to do it.
Stanley, I'm
Okay,
afraid if
12
we
man.
don't get it,
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, Stanley.
You were saying what?
I'm afraid that if we don't get it, then China or Russia is going to get it. That's
Uh-huh.
what I'm afraid of.
Gotcha. Okay, the next story, amid the chaos, Trump has a simple message. He's in charge. Let's see. Is this an editorial? Yeah, it's some sort of editorial, but we'll go ahead and listen to it. It's obvious he's in charge, at least leading by executive order.
Amid the chaos, Trump has a simple message: he's in charge. This article is by Peter Baker and read by an automated voice. When he took office last week, President Trump said he would measure his success in part by the wars we never get into. But he has eagerly waged a full-fledged assault on his own government. In his first 8 days in office, Mr. Trump mounted a lightning blitz against the federal government that has the nation's capital in an uproar. He has moved quickly and aggressively to eliminate pockets of resistance in what he calls the deep state and put his own stamp on far-flung corners of the bureaucracy. It has been a campaign of breathtaking scope and relentless velocity, one unlike any new president has tried in modern times. It has been a blend of personal and political as he seeks revenge against those who investigated him or his allies, while simultaneously demolishing the foundations of the modern liberal state and asserting more control than he or any of his predecessors had in the past. Mr. Trump has purged perceived enemies from a range of agencies, begun to rid the government of diversity, environmental, gender, and other woke policies that he objects to, sought to punish those who acted against his interests in the past, and fired independent inspectors general charged with guarding against potential corruption and abuse by his administration. His directive to temporarily freeze trillions of dollars of federal spending touched off a firestorm and prompted a judge to block him, for now. Mr. Trump presents this effort as a fundamental reorientation of government and politics, in effect, reversing generations of change to return to a different bygone era. We're forging a new political majority that's shattering and replacing Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, which dominated American politics for over 100 years, he told House Republicans at their retreat this week. Never mind his faulty math. Roosevelt was first elected 92 years ago. Mr. Trump has approached his mission more systematically and methodically than he ever did in his chaotic first term, when he became the first U.S. president who had never served in public office or the military. Instead of fumbling around to figure out how to even draft an executive order, his travel ban on select Muslim-majority countries 8 years ago had changes scribbled on it by hand just minutes before he signed it. This time, he and his team came in ready to quickly move forward on myriad fronts. This was an odd benefit of losing his bid for re-election in 2020. As the first president since Grover Cleveland to come back to office after being defeated, Mr. Trump had the advantage of both 4 years of experience in the White House and 4 years in hiatus to map out plans for his return. Aided by a cadre of like-minded ideological advisors, he crafted a sweeping set of plans to quickly seize the reins of government. The shock and awe onslaught has not just changed the government's approach to major policies. As happens anytime a president of one party takes over from that of another, Mr. Trump is intent on deconstruction of the administrative state. As his one-time chief strategist Stephen K. Bannon put it during his first term, a goal predicated on the assumption that the bureaucracy is inherently biased against conservatives and their priorities. Trump is on a wrecking cruise to deprofessionalize the civil service and threaten basic services to Americans, said Representative Gerald E. Connolly, Democrat of Virginia, whose district includes many federal workers. It's unlawful firings and impoundments that threaten to unravel 142 years of tradition of a civil service immune from partisan politics. At the president's order, the career prosecutors who worked for the special counsel Jack Smith on investigations into Mr. Trump have been fired. And after the president granted clemency to those who ransacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021, an investigation was opened into the actions of career prosecutors who charged those Trump supporters. Dozens of career officials at the National Security Council were sent home while their loyalty is being reviewed. Dozens of other career officials at the U.S. Agency for International Development were put on leave for suspicion of resisting an order by Mr. Trump. The Justice Department ordered a temporary halt to all civil rights enforcement. Mr. Trump has also rescinded certain additional protections for senior civil servants enacted by former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. And this week, he ordered a review of people in policy-making positions to ensure that they follow his administration's priorities or face dismissal. The administration also offered an incentive to federal workers to resign as of September 30th in hopes of encouraging a broad exodus so that slots can be filled with loyalists. But the most explosive move so far was Mr. Trump's order on Monday night temporarily freezing up to $3 trillion federal grants and loans to determine whether they meet his priorities, even though they had been passed by Congress. More than any other move, this order generated widespread Democratic protests and could have affected everyday Americans, including Mr. Trump's own voters. A federal judge in Washington on Tuesday stepped in to temporarily prevent it from taking effect, pending further review of its legality, capping a day of confusion. For all its efficiency so far, the Trump team stumbled over enactment of this order, unable to promptly answer basic questions about who it would affect and for how long. At her debut briefing on Tuesday, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, assured Americans that it would not affect Social Security, Medicare, welfare, or food stamps, but did not know whether it would affect Medicaid, which covers health care for 72 million Americans, most of whom are lower income. The American people gave President Trump an overwhelming mandate on November 5th, Ms. Leavitt said, referring to Mr. Trump's 1.5 percentage point popular vote victory, one of the smallest since the 19th century. And he's trying to ensure that the tax money going out the door in this very bankrupt city actually aligns with the will and priorities of the American people. A memo sent to Congress by the Office of Management and Budget on Tuesday insisted that Medicaid would not be affected by the order. But later in the day, the White House acknowledged that the online Medicaid portal was down, even as it insisted that payments were still being processed and sent. For all their loud criticism, congressional Democrats have limited ability to do much other than complain since they control neither house of Congress. Instead, Mr. Trump's opponents are left to turn to the courts to try to stop him, as they did with the temporary spending freeze. Mr. Trump's order on civil servants has already generated a legal challenge, and there could be more over his decisions to eliminate diversity programs and fire inspectors general. Mr. Trump and his team anticipated pushback and expected to have to fight all the way to the Supreme Court to make some of these changes, hopeful that they will be ratified by the 6-3 conservative majority among the justices. At one point while running for president again, Mr. Trump said he hoped to trigger a legal fight to overturn the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which was passed after President Richard M. Nixon refused to spend billions of dollars appropriated by Congress. The act enshrined into law a previous understanding that a president cannot unilaterally decide not to spend money that Congress had approved. The law laid out a process allowing spending items to be temporarily suspended during a fast-track request to lawmakers to rescind them. When I return to the White House, I will do everything I can to challenge the Impoundment Control Act in court, and if necessary, get Congress to overturn it, Mr. Trump said in 2023. We will overturn it. Whether he will succeed in overturning it or not, it may take a while to find out. But part of the point is to have the fight, win or lose. Even if he gets resistance on one front or another, Mr. Trump is sending a signal to the federal government. He plans to reshape it in his image, and anyone who disagrees should get out of the way or he will try to run them over.
Well, I actually don't have a problem with that. If he breaks it, he breaks it. But I admire his uh, his willingness
Ambition.
to test the waters. Next article is, let's see, is basically this is actually fairly interesting. Republican-led states call on Costco to drop DEI, and I'll listen to this and then comment. This is only a few seconds long. See if I can get it back under control here.
Dropping what, Stanley?
Inclusion policies.
DEI.
Wholesale Club Costco is defending its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies after a shareholder proposal urged the company to evaluate business risks posed by the practices. That proposal was made by a conservative think tank, which argued the company's DEI initiatives hold litigation, reputational, and financial risks to the company and its shareholders. The Costco's board of directors voted unanimously to ask shareholders to reject the motion, saying the company's commitment to respect and inclusion was appropriate and necessary, and that the evaluation wouldn't provide meaningful additional information. The think tank has made a similar proposal to other U.S. companies too, like Apple. Costco investors were expected to vote on the proposal Thursday during the company's annual meeting.
Interesting. And then there's an article we'll listen to.
Republican-led states call on Costco to drop DEI by Cheyenne M. Daniels. A group of Republican attorneys general are demanding Costco end all of its diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies as a plethora of other retailers drop their programs. In a letter to the wholesale store on Monday, the 19 Republicans demand Costco repeal their DEI policies within the next 30 days. If not, the attorneys general say the company must provide an explanation as to why. The GOP officials, led by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton and Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird, argue the company's DEI policies are discriminatory. Although Costco's motto is "do the right thing," it appears that the company is doing the wrong thing, clinging to DEI policies that courts and businesses have rejected as illegal, the letter states. Costco should treat every person equally and based on their merit rather than based on divisive and discriminatory DEI practices. The letter points to President Trump's recent orders to dismantle DEI in the federal government and private sector. That order, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity, states that DEI policies not only violate the text and spirit of our long-standing federal civil rights laws, they also undermine our national unity as they deny, discredit, and undermine the traditional American values of hard work, excellence, and individual achievement in favor of an unlawful, corrosive, and pernicious identity-based spoils system. During the 2024 campaign cycle, Republicans across the nation, including Trump, vowed to repeal DEI policies. While companies including Target, Tractor Supply Co., John Deere, McDonald's, and Walmart have all rolled back their DEI policies, Costco has been among retailers to double down on theirs. Just this month, more than 98% of shareholders voted against a proposal to evaluate any risks posed by its DEI practices. One shareholder, Jeff Reichs, co-founder of the Reichs Foundation and former CEO of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, argued in an op-ed for Forbes that opportunistic politicians have been trying to frighten and divide us by making DEI a dirty word. DEI has come under fire since the Supreme Court's 2023 decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, which the letter highlights multiple times. Race-neutral practices, the letter argues, honor the founding ideals of this country. Costco should do the right thing by following the law and repealing its DEI policies, the letter concludes. In addition to Paxton and Bird, the letter was also signed by Kansas's Chris Kobach, Alabama's Steve Marshall, Louisiana's Liz Muriel, Arkansas's Tim Griffin, Missouri's Andrew T. Bailey, Georgia's Chris Carr, Montana's Austin Knudsen, Idaho's Raul R. Labrador, Nebraska's Mike Hilgers, Kentucky's Russell M. Coleman, North Dakota's Drew Wrigley, Ohio's Dave Yost, Oklahoma's Gentner Drummond, South Carolina's Alan Wilson, South Dakota's Marty Jackley, Tennessee's Jonathan Scrimetti, and Virginia's Jason S. Miaris.
Gee, I wish I could get this AI reader to be my permanent AI reader. That was actually pretty good. My only comment about this is it worries me when
Not bad. Then.
private businesses are not able to run their businesses the way they want to run their business. That's not the government's job. That, in my opinion, is a bit of overreach. In the comment about race neutral being a tradition in the United States, that's utter bullshit. This country was not founded on race neutrality, folks. Apparently, Republicans don't read their history books, or they're trying to get us to forget history. That's probably why DeSantis and others don't want, history taught the way it should be. Um, so that's pretty much all the news articles. There'll probably be one or two because I get these news alerts. If anything interesting comes up, I'll pop it up and go over it. This next item is just a little snippet of something I watched the other day. Um, I think this is a Canadian like commentary show, but the guy who they're interviewing is a Harvard philosopher, and he's written several books on. Well, he's a political philosopher, and I guess his stance is pretty much center left, which is what I tend to be. But this his newest book is basically about how the left paved the way for Trump. So he's got a pretty good critique of the left and center left specifically, and wanted to play just a few minutes of this.
Something that fundamentally has to change.
Now, that's a statement that could have come out of Bernie Sanders' mouth. And I'm wondering, what does it say about politics today that the Republican vice president of the
I've said several times, by the way, that the horseshoe sort of deal in American politics is in full effect, where the progressive left and the MAGA right actually agree on several different things, and that's what this point is all about.
United States, and one of the more left-wing senators in your country seem to be in complete alignment on that kind of thing.
Well, it's an interesting observation, Steve. And listening to J.D. Vance in that clip, one could almost believe that he's a populist. Now, what was happened, and what you're highlighting, is that there are strands of populism, that there is a right-wing version of populism and a left-wing version of populism. And the predominant one since 2016 in the United States has been the right-wing version of populism, which, as historically,
this is going to disturb some people.
It's an uneasy amalgam of railing against elites, unaccountable corporate power, and it's historically been mixed up with nativism, racism, and anti-Semitism. This is not a new feature of right-wing.
So that part is something else that I pointed out. America in general, and the right in particular, and the left does too, it's just a little bit better about hiding it. Racists are tolerated in America because of the First Amendment. And in my opinion, they get very little pushback. Nobody goes, but what about, or what if? It's just, hey, we got your vote, great. And I think that's a huge problem. It's one of the reasons that there aren't more blacks voting Republican. The right openly courts and pardons racists.
Populism. It goes all the way back to the early days of populism in the American second half of the 19th century. And there has also been a left populism. Bernie Sanders represents it now, which is concerned also with unaccountable, concentrated power in big corporations, the railroads in this example. I would extend it to the tech companies today, but that it does not traffic in the kind of nativism and xenophobia and racism that some of Trump's political appeals reach for. So this has this connection to populism does represent a departure for J.D. Vance and that wing of the MAGA movement, a departure from the traditional mainstream country club republicanism, which was mainly in support of big business. So the real open question here for the MAGA movement is whether it will develop this strand of populist critique of concentrated economic power, or whether it will simply use populist rhetoric at election time, but govern in a kind of plutocratic populist way, which is what Trump did in his first term. His only real achievement was a massive tax cut that went mainly to the wealthy and to.
So another comment that I've made is basically President Trump rode the backs of the common man all the way to office. And literally at his inauguration, the billionaires were inside in the warm, and many of his less rich supporters were out in the bitter cold. So, it remains to be seen. But that executive order that froze all the federal spending for grants, that didn't affect the billionaires. It affected, mom and pop, Medicaid recipients, etc. So I think we're still up in the air whether, he's gonna address some rank and file, working class issues. We shall see. So if anybody has any comments, you can comment in the chat or hit the link and come up. Not sure where we go after this. I do have videos, but wanted to see if there were any major issues anyone wanted to talk about before we move on. 12th man.
Boy, I thought that Trump said he would send the narco terrorists to Gitmo was quite the statement. Like, I have 30,000 open beds over there.
Well, they're not open yet. He's gotta build them.
I thought they were already built. Shouldn't they
Nope.
be built?
Nope. As a matter of fact,
Better build some more.
no, it's it's not ready yet. I think it's on. I think right now they might have a little bit over a little bit over
Well,
100.
would you
I
say
just
that's a good, Stanley, would you say that's a good place for narco terrorists? Is in Gitmo?
I
Ain't
guess
that where they belong? Like these
no,
people that
no, I don't think
traffic
I don't
human
think that's
beings and all that shit?
I don't okay, if you'll let me finish. No, I don't think that is where they belong. They belong back in their own country. But many of these countries aren't taking, their worst criminals back. So Guantanamo is the third option. So, it's a place to go because, American jails, it opens up beds in, jails that are on the continental United States. And, it's just easier to deal with them at Gitmo. And by the way, at some point in time, I'd have to go back and look at this news article. I'll see if I can
Yes,
find it.
Stanley, we gave you a salute
Guantanamo,
while
Guantanamo has held large numbers of refugees and
by the
terrorists.
Navy. Salute.
Okay, Guantanamo has held large numbers of refugees. I think they were Cuban or something like that. So I mean, it
No,
can be done. It can be done. It's just something that has to
Muslim.
be. It just happens, it needs to be kind of built up. Let's see. I'll see if we can find that article. I read it, and I was actually going to go over it tomorrow since Portia talked about it earlier. Um,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, we
yep,
covered it earlier. I just
yeah,
wasn't sure
Portia
if you
covered it
wanted to
earlier.
go over it again.
I don't. We'll
Then
move on. If I find the article, fine. If not, I'll go over it tomorrow. I actually sat down and read a long form article. That's why I know it's not set up yet. It's got to be built literally, mostly from the ground up. Now, I guess it's warm enough. You could build a bunch of tents and put them there temporarily. I don't know. It apparently it's just something that came about. So, there's going to be some scrambling to get stuff ready. And by the way, the Navy won't be dealing with it. It'll be an ice facility.
oh, it won't be Navy
It will not
dealing
be the
with it this time, Stanley.
it will not be the Navy. The Navy doesn't do refugees. Oh, here it is.
I wonder if a bunch of those repatriated veterans might be put over there or something, because Trump did repatriate all the people who didn't get all the veterans that
I
didn't get the vaccine. So, like,
the
he could
article
put them over there.
the article says says U.S. will hold migrants at Guantanamo. President suggested 30,000 migrants could be housed on the base. It is unclear how the plan will take shape. And unfortunately, there's not a reader for it, so I'll read as much as I can of the article. President Trump on Wednesday ordered his administration to prepare to house tens of thousands of criminal aliens at the Navy base at Guantanamo Bay, the latest prong in his widening crackdown on immigration. Mr. Trump did not offer details on how the plan would take shape, but he instructed the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to get the site ready. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people, he said. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back. So we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. He said the move would double our capacity immediately, adding that Guantanamo was a tough place to get out of. Yep, unless you like to swim. In recent weeks, about
Mm.
40,000 immigrants have been held in private detention centers and local jails around the country as funding constraints have limited the number of detention sites. Adding 30,000 beds would dramatically expand the government's detention capacity. At a site on the 45
How
square mile
many,
base,
Stanley? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stanley. How many?
how many what?
35,000?
Beds? Can you see the article?
No, sir. I'm looking at deer right now, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which I don't have a problem with.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry about
I
that. I thought
love
I had
deer.
switched screens. 30,000 beds would dramatically expand the government's detention capacity. A site on this 45 square mile base could hold those 30,000 deportees. That site is on the opposite side of the body of water called Guantanamo Bay from the Pentagon's prison for terrorism suspects. Successive administrations have prepared fields on a remote section near the airfield but far from the population center to accommodate tens of thousands of migrants in a sprawling tent city. The infrastructure was set up starting in the mid 2000s to shelter Cubans and others from the region who had been intercepted while fleeing their country. The Clinton administration had tasked Guantanamo with the role in the 1990s. It It was designed as a humanitarian relief operation. It was not immediately clear how such an operation under Mr. Trump would be staffed, secured, and what rights, if any, the deportees would have at Guantanamo Bay. Civil liberties groups expressed concerns. Vincent Warren, executive director of the Center for Constitutional Rights, said Mr. Trump's order sent a dark message that migrants and asylum seekers are being cast as the new terrorist threat,
Oh my
deserving
God.
to be discarded in an island prison, removed from legal and social services and supports. Mr. Trump's memo called for expanding the Migrant Operations Center, which currently occupies a small former barracks that has had capacity for up to 120 migrants. So basically, the capacity is 120. But in recent years, held at most dozens at a time. It is near empty fields that could be transformed into a tent city. Tom Homan, Mr. Trump's border czar, told reporters outside the White House on Wednesday that certain migrants would be flown to the island and that the operation would be run by Immigrant Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. The worst of the worst, the significant public safety threats, we can fly them, he said. U.S. military and Homeland Security forces have periodically rehearsed how to handle a migrant crisis at the site. Let's see. In the 1990s, the base was overwhelmed by more than 45,000 people fleeing crises in both Haiti and Cuba. They were housed in crude tent cities on the populated side of the base, including on the current site of the Pentagon's detention facility for detainees in the war against terrorism. Today, the facility houses 15 prisoners and is staffed by 800 troops and civilians. Starting with the George W. Bush administration, the government created a new footprint for a future humanitarian relief operation on the mostly empty side of the base. During semi-annual drills for a humanitarian relief operation, the Southern Command typically flew in a few hundred soldiers from Fort Sam Houston and San Antonio to play different roles. The proposed site of the tent camps could be surrounded with barbed wire, like the military did for the tent camps in the 1990s, which housed both families and single men. Deborah Fleischiker, an ICE official during the Biden administration, said that detaining immigrants at the base would be particularly difficult. I don't know about that. Gitmo is very small and very
Yeah,
remote,
I don't need
using,
it then.
using the military's nickname for the site. Moving materials and people in and out would be a logistical nightmare, and the makeup of who would be held there is very important. Only men, women, and children. If women and children are there, the housing challenges become even more difficult. In the last week, Trump administration has undertaken a sweeping blitz on immigration, including arrests in communities across the country. Mr. Trump has promised to conduct a historic mass deportation effort. Such a plan would need expanded detention capabilities and more resources. Since the late 1990s, around 500 migrants have been resettled in third countries from Guantanamo. Let's see. Guantanamo is a black hole designed to escape scrutiny and with a dark history of inhumane conditions. It is a transparent attempt to avoid a legal oversight that will fail, said Lucas Gutentag, a Justice Department official in the Biden administration who once led the lawsuit over Haitian refugees being held at the site. Well, my thought on that is, if you come here illegally and commit a crime, that's a risk, and you get what you get.
Yeah,
So,
especially if you're trafficking children or
yeah,
trafficking drugs and
I don't really care about all that. Like I said, they get what they get. Let's see here. So, if anyone else wants to come up, feel free to hit the link. Hey, Synthetic, how you doing, man? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a few days. Hopefully, everything's going good with you.
Let's see. What has Joel been putting there? Catherine Harris. They're about upcoming 9/11.
Well, I guess that's where the narco terrorists are gonna be sent to get Mo.
I have no
Like
idea.
these fentanyl smuggling
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's where they
That's
get to
all.
go.
Look, hey, this isn't gone trucking. I don't really care about any of that. I care about what's gonna happen. I don't
I'll
really
sign
care.
off if you want me to, Stanley.
No, you don't have to sign off. You just need to contain yourself. Good for you, synthetic. Work is the best cure. Let's see, where are we gonna go? Pretty much everything I have is just, videos, a few videos that I've kind of earmarked to have a look at. Most of them have to do with, well, the first two have to do with farming. I started a week or week and a half ago looking at a bunch of black farmers. Those videos come into my algorithm now, so I just want to see what black farmers are up to, and I think there's going to be a black farming renaissance. People getting back to the
I do
land.
too, Stanley. And like every time I watch Homestead Art, that black couple with a big family down there
Oh
close
yeah,
to where you live, as a
yeah,
matter of fact. But every time I see one of those videos, they know what's up, man.
yeah. So this is a new channel that kind of crept into my algorithm here. It's called Hereafter Farms with a whole 193 subscribers. So let's see what these folks have to offer. It's called Hereafter Farms. Land is Wealth. Let's see what they
That's
have to say.
right. Anybody can tell you that.
Oops. It's like a pretty high
What
production value.
What's the temperature over
You know
there
what?
today, Stanley?
Currently it's 46 degrees.
That's
Looks like
pretty good.
they're having some oh wow. Wait, hold it. Let me redo this. For some reason the sound isn't coming in. I can hear the water. Let's see if there's any sound.
Is that farming? I don't see any farming.
Well, it looks like there's a
Out
bunch.
about
Oh
the
wait, hold it.
Hereafter
Here we
Farms,
go.
2 lots of land. And hey, my name is Andrea, and I bought 2 lots of land in Arkansas, I think. I found out about the Hereafter Farms because one, I'm in the nation, and two, I was on Instagram. I was looking, so I'm very excited. The process was really easy, and Brother Farrakhan is really cool. So, yeah, I'm excited.
I was introduced
What
to
is
this
this?
land wealth
Interesting.
seminar by my daughter, and I came. I didn't really know what to expect when I got here. I was overwhelmed.
It
Not
sounds
overwhelmed,
not
but
too good on this.
impressed with what they're presenting. It gave me an opportunity to purchase a piece of land that I could leave for my daughter. So I believe in the good book it says you're supposed to leave an inheritance for your children's children. So this is a good start for me.
This whole process with Brother Farrakhan and Land has been
Cool.
amazing,
The
informative.
Nation of
It's
Islam
got me started on the path to
thing.
building generational wealth,
Interesting.
financial
Really?
independence, and coming out
Apparently.
here to beautiful Atlanta.
They keep saying
It's like
Brother
coming home.
Farrakhan.
It's like seeing family. You know, I'm so glad I came out. We flew all the way from Chicago to come out here, and we don't regret it one bit. We love it. This has been an amazing
And
process.
give it all to
Happy to be
Islam,
here.
man.
Here, let me read the description here. Let's see. This is 2 weeks old. Our one-day event at Serenbe in Atlanta, where we sold 100 parcels of land in one day, making land ownership affordable and accessible, is our goal. Let's see. We met the most amazing people and had the greatest time ever. Interesting. Let's see what we got here. Let's have a look at their channel. Let's see. Hereafter Farms. Oops. Doing our small part to make a better world or maybe build a new one. So this is like their only. Oh, they do have a few videos here. So land is wealth. Apparently, they're selling land. Let's see if there's
They're
anything.
selling it?
If there's anything. Let's see, videos. Here, let's have a look at this.
I think at some point, we've all wondered what it means to be off the grid. It's a life of self-reliance, one that doesn't depend on utility companies or supermarkets. It's a life where you are completely dependent on yourself, God, the land, and its resources. This is really what it means to be living off the grid. It's a life of sustainability and self-reliance. It involves sourcing food through hunting, farming, and foraging, harnessing natural elements like the sun and wind to power homes.
I had no idea those
It's a life
satellite
where
dishes moved.
you are your own power company, water supplier, and grocery store. The basic requirements of off-grid living revolve around 4 essential elements: water, food, shelter, and power. If you find a place that's disconnected from utility sources, you might need to collect rainwater or dig a well, use solar panels.
Let's see what else is in there. Looks like a new site. A new site. Just got a few videos in there. Let's see. What is A2 Milk? You ever heard of A2 Milk? Top 10 states for farmland in the U.S.
Have you ever wondered about the best places to buy farmland in America? Well, today's the day we embark on an adventure. I'm going to cross the country to give you the
Not in
10 best
Alaska.
states to buy
Over.
farmland. First up on our journey, we have...
I'm sorry, what?
Well, the best place to buy farm in Alaska isn't right here, man. I think it's cold. Like today, like 0 degrees. Anyway, my bad, son.
Huh. Well, let's see. Kentucky's listed. Let's see where else.
Have the bluegrass state, Kentucky. This fertile paradise serves as a grand garden for the cultivation of tobacco and soybeans. Its rich soils and favorable climate make it a remarkable haven for these cash crops, placing it firmly on our list of eminent farmland. Coming up next, we're zooming into number 9. Oklahoma. Famous for its prowess in cultivating wheat and raising bovines, Oklahoma embodies the essence of a massive, thriving American farm. Now we're soaring over to 8th place, Montana. It's a sprawling state with acres upon acres of farmland just waiting for investment. The best part, it doesn't cost a fortune. The affordability of this vast land makes it a major draw for those with a passion for agriculture. So if you've been dreaming of investing in farming without draining your wallet, Montana is your go-to place.
Oh, my
Next stop,
Lord.
number 7, we've arrived in the grand state of Wyoming. This place is home to some of the biggest farms in the entire country. With its low costs and vast open spaces, it's like a giant playground for those in search of extraordinary farming opportunities. And now, we have arrived at number 6, Texas. This place is celebrated for its immense cotton cultivation and the rearing of beef cattle. Think of it as a grand sunny haven for these crops and livestock. The Lone Star State, a dominant force in
Heaven
the
with
agricultural
guns.
sector, with its sprawling fields basking in the Texan sunshine. Halfway through our
California
journey,
is
we
number
find our
one.
number 5, South
Interesting.
Dakota. This state is a treasure chest teeming with riches from its high-yield farms. It's a gold mine for those in pursuit of lucrative farming ventures. Coming in at number 4, we find ourselves in Kansas. This state is akin to a giant bread factory, nurturing and producing vast quantities of grain. Their dominant contribution in grain production renders them an integral part of the global food supply chain. Now we've landed in North Dakota. This place is bustling with beans and buzzing with honey production. It's pretty much a sweet shop for bees and beanstalks. Almost there. At our second spot, we have Iowa. They're recognized for their farming methods that are incredibly eco-friendly. It's like a massive, lush garden that's kind to Mother Earth. This green approach has even drawn the attention of influential figures such as Bill Gates, making Iowa a favored destination for those who seek both ethical and profitable farming. And finally, the best place to farm is California. Yes, it might cost you a pretty penny, but it's the ultimate spot to cultivate a variety of crops. Imagine it as a vast, sun-drenched garden. So we've journeyed from soybean fields in Kentucky to honey farms in North
California, a fire trap? Interesting. Well, I've like I said, never seen this particular website before, so we'll go to the next video, which hopefully is a little bit more entertaining.
Play Homestead Heart, Stanley, please. That's your neighbor right there. Don't forget.
Is there a new video?
I think so. She comes out with a new one nearly all the time.
I thought I subscribed. I haven't seen any. Then I haven't really been looking. Flexing with Dex podcast. Day in the life of a black farmer. Browntown Farms.
Herb Brown. Brown Town, you know what it is, man. We out here flexing with Dex, man. It's major right here.
They don't look like they're farming to me, though.
Brunswick County, South
They're
Carolina.
27 seconds in.
Major. We walking, talking in the farm. Let's go.
So, BA.
Herb, y'all got nice out here. Herb.
Appreciate it, man. We've been working at it for a while, man. Trying to pull it all together. It's been a journey, man. But we here and that's right. Trying to rock and roll it. You know how it is.
That's right.
Yeah.
People coming through.
Yeah. Yeah. Pops.
Okay.
Pops on the gator down here this morning.
Huh? No, Herb will tell you they need some help out here. Huh? Need some help out here. Everybody ain't made. That's right. But they gonna make for the way the world is. You know, you're gonna need this.
If you don't like farming, don't talk with your mouth full.
Hey,
y'all gotta eat, right?
Yeah,
everybody
that's
gotta
right. Hey, Flexing with Dex podcast. We hanging at the Browntown, man, farms, man. Hey, Herb Brown. His dad just rolled up. Hey, say hello to the people, Mr. Brown.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right.
All right.
Long time farmer. How long you been farming, Mr. Brown?
Oh man, basically all my life. Just to walk behind my daddy, man, and dropping plants.
Y'all got a beautiful establishment out here.
Yeah.
Beautiful morning. Yep.
Season just
I
started.
don't know.
So weather about to break. You know, by the time the summer comes,
Jewel,
we'll have more
I
produce available.
think we've
You know, as far
watched
as, you know,
one
the
of his
squash and the
before.
cucumbers and
I don't think
tomatoes and
this
peppers and
is
everything
him.
like that. So right now it's strawberry season. We don't have a real big yield at the moment, so we'll probably get back to picking in another couple of days, and then from strawberries we'll go to blueberries, and then from there we'll do the summer stuff will start coming in. But the main thing or the main time of year for us is the fall. So when we growing like the collard greens, everybody love the collard greens and sweet potatoes and kale and different greens.
Love the
and stuff.
collard greens.
Yeah.
Love the collard greens.
Mhm.
I see them on social media talking about the strawberries, how good they are.
Yeah. Everybody love the strawberry, man. You know, this is our 10th year growing strawberries.
Okay.
Yep, 10th season. Yeah. So we've been doing it for a while, and people starting to know about, you know, the berries and that we got them, and it's been going good. Like I said, man, for all the strawberries we not able to sell, we go ahead and make that jam out of them. So we got to keep that product in rotation all year long.
That's right. Amazing.
Yeah. So kind of got to make use of everything on the farm, you know, because you don't want to get rid of none or throw none away.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
That's right.
So you got to make do of everything. So making that value added product help us get a little sales in the wintertime when we can't grow nothing.
That's
so just keep the ball rolling type of thing.
That's just an experiment and see.
Oh yeah.
What's those, Miss Burn?
The squash, zucchini and squash.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I planted a crop, and I don't know what happened. Some kept eating the seeds up, and that's something the farmer has too. You know, boy, everything got to eat.
Right. Everything got to eat. Right?
Everything got to eat. You plant the seed down. So what kind of stuff haven't came up? Next thing you know, you see all the seeds inside tore up, ants. Even though you got the shelter for the vegetables, everything else hide up in there too.
Okay. So, like you said, you used to follow your dad around. So Herb used to follow you around. Huh?
He working on it.
Okay. He's still
I
working.
ain't worried about him. I'm worried about Junior Bud.
Okay. Junior Bud, your grandson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, get him to come on, fall behind me. He'll stick behind me.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I'm still working, so you know, it's busy. But you know, basically setting all the framework up. That's where we at now. You know, because this has been a long time coming. So we not exactly where we want to be, but we getting there. It's light at the end of the tunnel. You know, and I think COVID helped a lot of people realize that you got to eat off the land. You need to eat food that's close by. When you went to the grocery store during COVID, we want no food on the shelf. So then we started getting people to come by, you know, and we're like support. So basically, we building the framework. You know, like I said, everything is kind of falling in motion and falling in place. So, you know, it's like any hustle, any grind. You got to slow roll it, and then once you build it, they'll come.
That's right.
And that's what we're doing now. We building it as we go, and everything going good, man. Every day is better. You know, every year is better. So 5 more years, 10 more years. I mean, this operation will be a whole different place.
That's right.
And that's what we gotta take it to be able to stay in it. Because farming ain't the easy thing to do. You know.
Wonder where this is.
Stay in or play in.
Trust the process.
Yeah, that's it. That's the main thing. You gotta have that faith. You know, you gotta know it's gonna work.
That's right.
It's like any business you go in, you gotta know it's gonna work. If you don't think it's gonna work, you shouldn't do it.
You shouldn't do it.
Because you ain't believe in yourself or the process.
And don't be scared.
Okay, this is in Virginia somewhere. I think.
Let's see anyone in the back, then I don't know if you'll be able to check out.
Louisiana, Georgia, Mississippi, teaching people how to put a seed in the ground.
Shout out to VSU. Shout out to VSU.
Shout out to VSU for sure, man. VSU is a great
think
place,
it's-
land grant institution.
this actually
offers
looks like,
agriculture for students who want to major
out on
in
either the
agriculture and
eastern
natural-related,
shore.
sciences. So any students looking to go to VSU, you know, I encourage you, for one, go to VSU. And if you can, number two, is major in agriculture. Because one thing about it, we all got to have food, clothing, and shelter. So, and that's what agriculture is responsible for. We all got to eat. So that means you always have a job. You know, it's job security. It's a lot of opportunities out there for students in agriculture. So I encourage, if you're a student, if you're looking to go to school, you know, consider VSU and look into agriculture, because it ain't all about being on the farm. You don't have to be a farmer. You know, it's a lot of steps that involve between the farm and when that food gets to your plate at that table. It's a lot of businesses ways that you can be a part of the
No,
industry,
Jewel, it's not
without
football
actually being on
player.
the farm.
That's
So,
right. That's right.
you know, look it up and take advantage of that resource. It's right here close to home. They got some really good programs that can help everybody succeed and move forward. So shout out to VSU.
Yes. So when I was with my dad, you know, I thought he was.
That's Virginia State University,
Drop
folks.
the plants.
I think it's in
Hit me in
Richmond.
the back of my feet. You know, because I wasn't moving fast enough.
That's right.
And I said, if I ever get away, I am never do this. Never coming back to this.
And what happened?
I'm right back at it.
Right back at it.
You know, Browntown Farm, man. About to walk, talk. Hey, let's get it.
All right. So, Herb, you're alumni, VSU?
Yeah. I went to VSU. Graduated from VSU in 2009. Majored in agriculture, business, economics. And at the time, I didn't really realize I was going to be a farmer. My goal was just to get a job, start a career. And now, with being back on the farm and trying to build this thing back up, you know, that degree really helped me put things in line. Right. And not only the education helped me, but the people and the contacts I met really helps you get ahead in the industry, because, you know, everybody know information or have resources that can help you and your farm and help farmers. So, you know, it's a real good connection there to bring, you know, this whole agriculture thing together.
Right.
Right here, we basically show people that you really don't have to it really don't take a lot of space to grow stuff that you need on the farm. So you really don't have to have a lot of space. You don't have to have a whole lot of land. You can make your own raised beds or your own garden at home. You know, it don't take a lot. So in there, you got carrots growing. You got some lettuce and different things growing in there. And again, these old tires that was on my granddaddy tractor.
I don't eat vegetables out of tires.
And then we started put soil in them.
Feed that shit to someone else.
You gotta be thinking of ways to
I don't think there's
keep
anybody
things
offering
going and
you any.
utilize everything you have. So yeah, here in this hoop house, this unit is called a hoop house, a high tunnel. A lot of people refer to it as a greenhouse, but the difference between a greenhouse and a high tunnel is a greenhouse has heat,
There we go.
and fans and exhaust. This is just heated by the sun, so we're able to extend the growing season longer or grow earlier in the season in the spring. So in this tunnel right here, we had initially planted an early crop of squash and zucchini, but it didn't come up well. Some kept going in and digging and getting the seeds out, and some of them made it. So we're leaving those there to harvest off of that. And in the meantime, we're planting these grape tomatoes in the ground. And
You don't
once
have
the
a
squash
farm
is done,
dog?
this will all be, you know, grape tomato harvest coming soon. So in the summertime, we do a lot
I
of
have a
grape
dog.
tomatoes. We sell a lot of those wholesale to different businesses around throughout Virginia, Maryland, and Carolina. And
I guarantee you, Stanley, they got all them
as you can tell, again,
high tunnels off the government. Because they were offering programs for the longest time.
You gotta get out here early in the morning and be finished by about 10 or 11.
Might still be going on.
Hey, brother, what was that? How you doing? All day. All right.
You bought a bunch of high tunnels. At least they're doing something with them. Amen to that.
I guess we shouldn't be.
Hey, Daddy, we out here. Not only in the streets, we out here in the grape tomatoes.
People in this fucking music.
For sure, you know. So here, this area right here is kind of a real important part of the farm, because we got a lot of different things going on right here. Most people just see this as a shed for storage. So we originally built this shed so when we working, we can have a place to come in the shed. This ain't much shade unless we hit the wood line. So we store stuff here. We can come in the shade. And we also keep tools down here, so we ain't got to run all the way back up the hill back and forth to get stuff that you need. Also right here, this is the well. It's the hydrant that goes to the well. And the well is actually right here under that house. And the story about the well is when we dug our first well, we dug it up there on the hill deck and went 500 feet in the ground. 500 feet in the ground and didn't get in the water. You got like 1 gallon per minute. So we had to dig another well. So we lost like $7,800 on that well because we didn't get no water. Right. Came down here, dug the well here, went 35 feet. Hit water come up, and it was like 25 gallons per minute. So from there, we ran a line from there to here to this hydrant. This is the main hydrant here. This little pole here. This is actually going up all the way up there to where my dad at that strawberry field. Okay. So all that line is running underground, up there to the grapes, and then up there to that other field.
Mr. Brown, I want to give you something. I'll take you take this on. This Swiss chard. I gave it away for 2 years. Nobody never heard of it.
Oh,
What's the name of it
really?
again?
You know
Swiss
how much that
chard.
stuff costs in a
Swiss
grocery
chard.
store?
You take this home. You cut it up, put it in a frying pan. Put your onion in it. Or use some garlic. With some garlic if you eat garlic. 15 minutes, you're ready to eat. Do not throw the stem away. Chop the stem up, soften the broccoli.
Yeah, so you
No,
saute
you
it
can-
like you fried,
Yeah,
put a little oil on the pan like you frying something up, saute it up. So it's one of the quickest greens that you can eat. You know, like most of the time we cooking collards or kale, so we boiling it, for a while and all of that. But that, 15 minutes, you got your fresh serving the vegetables right there that quick.
Now this is ruby red and golden yellow. It's called rainbow child. We start getting all these colors, and the one that's solid green, which is up there further, it's called Fort Hood. And man, sometimes the stem to get that wide, the leaf get that long.
It's pretty though. So all about presentation, and it's pretty.
Yeah. Just put it in the frying pan. Okay. Chop it up, put cover top on it. 15 minutes, you ready?
Do a stew pot.
Browntown Farm, man. They got it all over here in Browntown Farm. Don't ever get it twisted, man. Southside VA. What do you call it? What do you call it?
They call it Sova.
All day.
Southside VA. That's where we at. We the Southside.
You know, heard me tell you about the tires? You don't need a large spot.
See, one thing that I would suggest instead of taking that four-wheeler everywhere, do some walking.
So you want to grow stuff? You gotta learn how to grow it. Go. Grape tomatoes.
These are grape tomatoes. This variety here is called Juliet. It's a real good grape tomato. Like I said, we'll harvest these in about 70, 75 days. And we'll get all of these in. We just got a call from the buyer that said they wanted to increase what they purchased last year. So now we're going to grow a little bit more and try to keep
Let's
them
see, the
going.
only thing
And
I'm
then that way,
wondering
hopefully, we can have a little income coming
is,
in.
are they growing these seedlings themselves or are they buying them? I see all those little marker things there. Did they go to Home Depot and buy a bunch, or just how are they growing that? I have a huge question. Let's see here. Scan through this because let's see what he's doing on this track.
Did you find the homestead heart?
External
Yeah,
things that
I
can
found
affect
it.
you and
Well,
your business every day. The weather is one of the
Okay.
main things. The weather don't cooperate. You might get delayed on plan. That means
They got a nice operation there, though.
you can have disease come.
Yeah.
The insects. You can have the animals come and eat your stuff up. The deer, So it's a whole lot of things that
Vegetables run
some things you
constantly.
can control because it's all in God's hands.
That's kind of what you want, right?
You gotta kind of roll the punches and don't get discouraged. You got to keep going.
Well, yeah.
Working
This
with all.
podcast, though, I have a problem with this podcast. He's not, he needs to do a better setup. I'd like to know where it is. He's not asking questions like those seedlings there. Did he buy them? Did he actually, plant the, did he grow those
Oh,
for seed? There's all
those
kinds
are
of.
government high tunnels, I can tell
Okay,
you.
yeah, you mentioned that. I'm talking about the plants, the seedlings. You think they're government seedlings?
No, well, hopefully they at least be able to get their own
And let me
seedlings.
ask you a question. Why does it matter where they got the tunnels?
Because it's part of a government program, Stanley. Like, if you can show where you can grow like a crop of anything, they'll start saying, okay, you're a farmer. They'll start giving you this and that, hand over fist, but I'm not so sure anymore, man. Those good old days might be over where you get free, and then the government comes out and inspects every now and then, and And they're like, okay, you're growing vegetables. You're doing good for your community. And then
Yeah,
they
well,
eventually
I'll
go
put it to
away.
you this
And
way. We have
they
so few.
eventually go away and leave you alone.
We have so few, like private farmers, and
Uh,
even much fewer black farmers. That if these sorts of things go away, that's not very populist.
Equipment we got, some gonna break all the time. You gotta be
oh,
fixing stuff.
hopefully they'll keep up the
And one of
great
the main
work.
issues that we have is labor.
Keep growing
We don't have a
food.
lot of people who want to do this type of work, but for somebody who's looking to get the experience and looking to get into this, I mean, our door is open because you're gonna learn a whole lot if you come down here, to work with us. So that's some of the
Wonder if
challenges
they
that we
get
face,
interns.
every year.
So let me ask you this: so when you went to VSU, knowing your dad and your granddad were farmers, was that designed for you? I mean, well, you said, well, I
He
know
literally
VSU has
just said,
hell of a agriculture.
Right.
Was that so? You said, shit, when I graduate, I'm going to VSU. Was that?
No, not really, man.
Okay.
I was more into the media and entertainment. I wanted to do graphic design. I wanted to be a designer. I wanted to be, a producer. I wanted to do all of that stuff when I was growing up. So I never really thought about being a farmer because, see, when I was on the farm wasn't in operation. I knew we had the land and it was here, but it wasn't nothing going on.
Okay.
It wasn't nothing happening. It was just growing all up. I'm down here staying with my grandma, and it really wasn't nothing happening down here. So, after I got to VSU, and like by the time I graduated, that's when it started clicking. I was like, hold on, I need to take advantage of the resources that I got here because, for one, if I don't do it, nobody else gonna do it because all of my cousins, they out of state and out of town, and nobody really want to do this type of work because it's hard work, So I was like, for my family, to make this investment years and years ago in 1908, I would have felt less of a man if I would have left the farm and not try to invest everything back into it. So, it's about keeping that legacy going, for me. And because we can do a whole lot of things in life, but land and creating experiences for people is one thing that will always, it'll keep giving, and people can always remember and come back.
The land always going to give. That's right.
Yeah, the car, I can go buy a car, that car be in a junkyard, I might sell it or wreck it or anything, but that land, as long as you keep it, it'll always be there, no matter what happens. So, we've been trying to just get things back in order. You got to kind of take advantage of it, man, while we here, because we all got time to.
It's an interesting point about taking advantage of stuff that's already in the family and developing it. Glad to see you came to that realization.
So, as like the agriculture, do you think they support the black farmers enough?
Yeah. In the past, so it was a lot of turmoil between agriculture and black farmers and discrimination. And my uncle, he went through a lot of that.
Your Uncle Buck?
Buck, went through a lot of that. And he led the black farmer movement and was pioneer in that space. But now,
Mr. Walker, too.
Walker. Yeah, it was a lot of folks from Southside Virginia. Who went through that.
So he's down around in Emporia.
But now, things are opening up. That's why a little while ago I said,
wonder if they grow peanuts.
If students or kids or anybody want to get into agriculture, if you're a minority, especially, this is the time to do it because things are opening up. A lot of opportunities are becoming available for minorities in agriculture. So this is the time to ride the wave. Sometimes we want to jump into something and do something, and it's a plan of action, and we're gonna do it. But sometimes you got to jump into it when that wave is, wave. How it is when you catch that wave, you can ride it and you can capitalize off of everything that's going on while the movement is strong.
That's right.
So
don't wait to the end. Don't wait to the end to jump.
No, it's like you, man. Congrats to you with the podcast, man. Like you riding that wave and it is popping. You know what I'm saying? So it's dope. It's pure. And man, we love it out here, man. Cause Southside Virginia, man, we all we got. We all we got, and it's popping, man. And we gotta let everybody else know what's going on in Southside.
That's right. That's right. And it's popping. And we out here. Not only in the streets, we out here at Browntown Farms, man. Let's get it, man.
We'll get into the rotation. Maybe by next year or something like that.
The jam. Put on your toast early in the morning.
Yep, that. And you can cook with it too. So Our jam don't use a whole lot of sugar, so it's like a half a pound of fruit in each jar. So like you go to Walmart or Food Line, you got that clear clamshell. So half of one of those in each jar. So you eat more fruit and sugar and no additives or preservatives. So it's real fresh. Yeah, got a couple different flavors out there. So everybody really love it, man. For real.
Hey, Browntown, pop up anywhere.
Yeah.
You know it.
It's coming up, farm to table dinners, fall festival, and hey, who knows what else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if you got a food truck, let me know. We can do something, pop up. We could do some Friday evening stuff, some Saturday, pop-ups. We with all of that. We want to support each other, bring everybody together so they can have a good time. Shout out to the kids too. It's a place where the kids can come run around, have a good time.
Got full court basketball, they got everything. Softball field, they got everything. Browntown, man. Stop playing with her.
Establish your life up there. So I got a lot of cousins. Shout out to the fam at NY. Got a lot of fam up there, so they'll come down. We'll play the North versus South game and have some fun. Man, just it's all in good fun. But hey, if you got kids, you got anything, don't want to come out, man, to the farm, man, and just experience.
Interesting.
Herb, y'all got the ponds on the property and everything.
Yeah, got a couple ponds. Like I said, back in the day, these ponds were used for irrigation. Water the crops and stuff. But now, do a little fishing or chilling.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? My goal is to clean this area.
Yeah. That
like Thanksgiving,
it's not flowing water, is
it? Yeah, by the water at night. That's right. Chill.
We had a lot of rain. Had a lot of rain in Southside. The water a little
whole lot of rain, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
Needed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got nice statue though, like you said, bonfires by the water.
Yeah, we definitely gonna do some things, man, when it comes to the events, and try to get a little bit more of a presence in that space.
Browntown Farms, man. Hang out with man Herb Brown, man.
Yes, sir.
Big flex, man.
To clear those weeds so they're not a bunch of copperheads around.
Browntown Farms, man.
Out here in these woods.
Yeah. And the concrete slab was here, and then we took all this used material and built this structure here. And the goal was for this to be a market. But now that we got some of everything going on, we outgrew it. So now, as you can see, it serves storage, market, processing. It's everything. So that's why
weigh your stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna build a new building, give us a little bit more space to operate out of because we outgrew this. And basically, this is where you come if you want to come to Browntown. I mean, more than likely,
I gotta run, Stanley. I might be back later. I don't know.
Just kind of
okay. Take it easy.
Everything go down there for real.
All right, you too, sir. Bye bye.
Yeah. This is the area where we keep everything cool at. So in here we keep everything cool.
Wow.
You got that keeping all of that stuff cool and ready to go. So this is where we keep everything
cool in this tank.
Yeah. We keep everything everything going here once we pick. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. That's the jams. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Browntown Jam. Big flex, man, out here, man. Herb Brown, man. Appreciate you coming.
My son went to one of these farms and bought some sort of pepper jelly, and I think he paid like $30 for a little jar like that. I was so annoyed. Let's see what the next excuse me, what the next video is going to be. This is one of it's Browntown Farms. Let's skip ahead. There was another one that I had. Well, this ought to bring a bunch of levity. This is the first time I've seen this woman. We will. This page is called Black Forager. So we'll watch a few minutes of this, see how long I can stand it.
The first time I had wild rice, no, if you do not get out of my face, Benjamin.
This is what foragers look like?
Thank you. Real wild rice. Monoman, the good berry in Anishinaabemowin, and Psin in Dakota. The first time I had it, my mind was blown that a delicious grain like this was just growing happily here in the Midwest. It was literally so good. The Anishinaabe, upon being given a prophecy to leave the Northeast and go to a place where food grew on the water, got to the Great Lakes and were like, this has got to be the foretold food because it's delicious, nutritious, and it's everywhere. I had never been ricing before. I live here.
Ricing?
Where Monoman's cousin, southern wild rice, Zizania aquatica, is on the threatened list. And thus, we don't have a permit system for harvest, which some upper Midwest states like Minnesota do. Which is why my newly purchased out-of-stater permit and I got on a 5 a.m. flight to the Twin Cities to meet up with one Sam.
Take it easy,
Sam's
badass.
a critically acclaimed wild food writer, forager, and all-around great guy, and he's gonna take me ricing for the first time, pending I don't flip the canoe, which hopefully I won't, because I was a
Not
river
ricing,
lifeguard for 4 years,
ricing.
and that would be very embarrassing for me.
What's up,
Ricing is an
Calvin?
example of indigenous agricultural science, nay, agricultural genius. First, you locate a large patch of wild rice. Northern wild rice loves freshwater creeks, rivers, and lake edges. And southern wild rice is much the same, except it can tolerate brackish water, letting it grow closer to the ocean. Then it's time to take to the water. In a canoe, there are two jobs, one who pulls and one who knocks. Pulling is using a long stick to maneuver through the rice bed with more accuracy than a paddle.
Show them the Bidens that's making us, not the president.
Not the president, this Biden's that's making it hard for us to move around right now. And you do it while standing. You've got to have a mad balance, which is why I am the one who knocks. Knocking is the 1-2 motion of leaning several plants over the canoe with one stick and then using the vibrations of running the second stick over the stalks to knock the grains off and into the boat. The agricultural genius lies in this action, because while you catch most of the grains, a few will always fall into the water, effectively seeding the bed for the following rice season. Northern and southern wild rice, along with several other foraged grain crops like African wild rice, shatter, which means the grains fall off really easily. While their Asian counterparts were bred to shatter less, many global indigenous cultures worked with that aspect of the rice, developing similar strategies to knocking so you would both harvest and plant in one move. You also see this in the western US with our native rice grasses, except it was gathered on foot and knocked into baskets, not canoes. Sorry, while putting this together, I imagined the slight but not impossible possibility that hundreds of years ago, my indigenous ancestors in the southeast US introduced one of my newly arrived African ancestors to southern wild rice, and I don't know, maybe my African ancestor felt ever do the elliptical at the gym again if I was dancing rice frequently.
Every now and then, just change positions so that it doesn't like find a little crevice where it hides and doesn't get.
Yeah, much more exhausting than the stirring.
I can imagine that
Rubs
Steve
the grains
would be
together
very
under
good
your
at
feet, essentially turning their
throwing
papery
rice.
covering to dust. The move kind of reminds me of my Cape Verdean aunties and uncles dancing when I was little. Rice does. Once the papery grain covers have been pulverized by the dance, time to winnow the dust away. Pouring the rice.
I can't do this anymore. Well, black people rice, apparently. Let's see. This one is, let's see, which one of these? There's one that 12th man. Oh, this one is 12th man's. Oh, this one's a while. Wow, this
Trays ready.
we're gonna be skipping through this one.
Spring, I want to start early with this, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to just go ahead and clean them on up so we can get our seed started going.
Oh, I had you cut off. Yep, that's true.
What is their
It's
future
looking
project?
good though. My goodness.
Yeah, trying to get these things together.
Cleaned all up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just getting them all sprayed out. Huh?
Trying to get them ready because I don't want to be panicking and trying to do all this at once.
I know.
Once that date hit, seeds got to be started.
Yeah.
You don't have to want to do this.
That's true.
So yeah, I want to make sure we stay on schedule.
That's right. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
We got these right here.
Yeah.
We finna spray these out too.
Yeah.
I got to get some more of them over there. I know.
Yeah.
Oh, these are the only large ones right here, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Oh man. I think I may have some more in the greenhouse. I'm gonna go over there and check and see
Well, they're
what
going to
we
tell
have
us what
out
the
there in the
project
greenhouse. See
is.
what we got.
Okay, so I'm gonna work with these right here, and then
Okay.
yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
This oak tree was growing inside the greenhouse. We had to pull it out. It grew up through the ground cover, through one of the black tubs right here, and we had to pull it up and dump it out. Big old oak. The other citrus, although they appear to be and deal with trying to pop those plugs out of those itty bitty. I'm not using those anymore. Like $7 for a whole little thing of these. I may order me some more of those. They're real flimsy. You know what I'm saying? Real, they bend up, but for the price, I don't care that they're one use for the season. I can use them. They're very inexpensive and allow me to get some new stuff in at a very reasonable cost. The greenhouse is a mess. Look at that. It look better. It looked way better than it did at first, y'all. It was just so bad in here. But my son came in here and cleaned it out as best he could for me. We had a mouse in here that got into my vermiculite, and it's all over the ground. Literally, he just ripped through the bag, just had the bag all messed up everywhere. And I do have some citrus in here. I don't know if my little finger lime is going to bounce back. I was so looking forward to this
guess it
year,
will not.
and these freezing temperatures, I think, got to it. But the other citrus, although they appear to be struggling a bit, they still hanging on. And I actually decided to put the green globe artichoke in the greenhouse, and because it started to get
What on earth are they
a
going
little
to
bit of that
artichokes?
I can't call it right now, but that green dog, I can't say it. I don't know why. But anyway, I put some perlite over the top to help keep that from, it's not mold, that fungus. It's not mold. This is a lot. Yep, load number 2. Perfect in the south for these hot and humid temperatures in the summertime.
Yeah.
Having those huge windows at the top is a plus. But during the wintertime, not so much. So Miss H just put something up temporarily until the temperatures come back up.
Yeah.
Probably in the next month or so.
Yeah. We want to make sure our chickens stay alive. We don't want to
Okay,
have
so
no
they're building a
casualties during
chicken
this
coop?
cold weather.
And we need eggs.
Exciting.
Yeah, we need eggs. We want to keep.
Just cover it back up. And you see I got, do not let it dry out, right? And so I have 50 seeds on here. And I have this just sitting on the shelf. No lights needed right now. I don't need any lights right now, really. This one is the Aunt Molly's ground cherry. Probably can't see those little tiny seeds, but these paper plates are excellent for germinating these seeds. And that's the Rio Grande.
Is that agar?
Tomatillo seeds. I think I got about 12 seeds on here. And I got this under here as well. I'm gonna turn these lights off because I don't need the lights, but I went back to look for these lights and they were sold out. So now I gotta figure out something else for lights. I think I may have
That's
found
right. I
some.
meant to tell y'all,
These are
South
LEDs,
Georgia
they don't
actually
get
got
hot,
snow.
and these
Like
work
two
perfect
inches.
for germinating
Savannah
your
got snow.
seedlings.
So
Okay.
things are shut down there for
Instead
quite
of
some
putting
time.
my trays,
Where's Mo Bear?
Hey, Jewel.
Hey, I thought I'd keep you company.
Oh, well, good. Thank you. Yeah, these farming videos are kind of slow,
to do it right.
but I enjoy them. But oops, I couple weeks ago started getting these black farmer like people, their videos and stuff like that coming through. And I figure it's a kind of a nice counterbalance to some of the body cam vids and what's her name? Is it Tanya Hinton, Stephanie Hinton, whatever her name is. Not all blacks steal from their governments and fight. So figured I'd show some calming ASMR stuff. What do you think?
That's interesting, I guess. One of those names is right. I don't remember which one, but I know you said one of her right names in there. I was like, oh yeah, that sounds right.
Well, the thing is I frankly sometimes can't watch during the day. Some of that stuff is just it puts ripples in my chi.
Well, it's really more of the time when I should be listening because, we agree more, but disagreeing with you is fun. But my goal is always to try to find common ground, Stanley.
Yeah, well, I don't think we would disagree that farming is a good thing.
That's absolutely true. So exactly what is this ASMR stuff?
Oh, I don't know. It's
Decorating?
some bird, some buzzword for calming. No,
Oh no, I mean I know what no it mean I know what it means. It's like ambient sound meditation relaxation or something like that. No, but I mean this topic of this.
well, this is actually someone that 12th Man covers. It's called I think it's called Homestead Heart is the name of the channel, but they're in South Georgia somewhere, and I've watched them once or twice before. They're an older couple that do farming, and like that um Farmer Brown or his son was saying that he went to college and did agricultural economics, which I thought was a no agronomy is I think that's basically agricultural chemistry. But anyway, he wasn't planning on becoming a farmer. But the thing that really struck me is, when he was a kid, he wanted to be like in music and a producer and all this stuff. He went to college and wound up, doing agricultural economics. But the most interesting thing he said is the farm in his family had been sitting for quite some time, just growing over. And he said, well, hey, look, I've got like a family resource that's not being used. So he decided to go and develop it, into a business. So they're in Southern Virginia, probably somewhere around Emporia. You start getting closer to North Carolina down there. But it was impressive to me to see someone who, originally wanted to, I guess, make beats and decided to basically start an agricultural business instead. Um, that if that's not positive, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I
So,
think that's totally cool.
yep. Well, it's boring. It's not a 600-pound woman for folks to laugh at, but it is part of Black life. As a matter of fact, stuff like this happens more in Black America than uh,
Yeah, I had some friends in Virginia and they we I don't remember what happened. Something happened, but we picked a whole bunch of dandelions because we were going to make dandelion wine.
mhm.
But then something happened, so we didn't. So I just at least boiled it for tea, which I know you probably just needed to add some sugar, but I didn't want to like step on any toes and try to do it myself, so we didn't. But I would love to learn that from someone. I mean, I guess I could just look up a recipe because I've done that with ginger beer, and that's cool.
I'm sure somebody does it on YouTube.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, yeah, I'm with you as far as I'm just recognizing that lots of families have traditional recipes and from their farming time. You know, it's just
Yeah.
random stuff.
Well, I don't know. I guess as I've gotten older, I tend to appreciate small towns and kind of rural settings more. And, you know, it might be boring to some, but I think the older you get, I've never been one for a lot of noise anyway. Um, so, this is almost the opposite of living in the hood. And you know what? My grandparents, we used to spend summers with them down in small town South Georgia. And, we still actually have a farm down there that my father rents out. But, so, I've had exposure to, the farming life, brief as it may be. But, it's something to see that black people do other than be crack hose and steal from Walmart. And I don't think this channel does enough of looking at other stuff that black people do. I know the entertainment value of seeing people at their lowest points is higher, but I don't care. I'm not into that.
You know, Stanley, I agree with you. We need to focus on more positive stuff, whatever it is, you know, rather than making fun of each other. And like you said, at your lowest point, it doesn't matter what race, but I'm with you as far as, all the crack whore and all the baby daddy stuff and all of that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So I totally
it
agree.
might be a function. It might be a function of getting older and just having a son go off to college. It's just young people can do better, and I think the majority of them do. Um, Focusing on, Be Brave's 3% just to me, just doesn't seem, a good use of time. Entertaining as it may be, and I know content is important, and at some point I'll wind up, you know, back at the 2 o'clock time slot where ratings count a lot less.
Well, maybe there can be more balance created with that because uplifting each other is important and healing and growing and learning is more important. And we are quick to do that and take the easy road instead of doing the healing work. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Let's see.
Hey,
I'm
look,
gonna skip. I'm gonna skip through this video because it is rather slow. They actually, you know what? As a matter of fact, I may just skip through. Well, let's see what she's doing here.
Lemon balm.
Ooh, lemon balm.
This one
Have you
is
ever had lemon balm?
Yeah, I used to keep it in my yard. I love lemon balm.
Yeah, I do too. Years ago, we actually grew it in this little garden we had, and it makes awesome pesto. You wouldn't believe. I don't know if you're into pesto. My
I love
wife was,
pesto.
but lemon balm, yeah, it makes a great pesto.
I never did that. I always just made tea and little tinctures and,
Right.
and it was my daughter loved it. She would be like, "Mom, let's have some tea." And it would be our thing to go out and she knew what plants we could pick and make
Hmm.
tea with, and that was one of them. And pineapple sage.
Yeah. Well, you can actually make pesto with almost any sort of green.
Sure.
There's a lemon basil also,
Mhm.
believe that or not. So it makes great. As a matter of fact, I haven't made pesto in a while, and you need a bunch of greens to do it. If you're gonna make a meal, enough for a few people to have with a meal. But I'm gonna have to see can I score some from a farmer's market this spring and make pesto with it.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah,
Do
it's been
you
years
do
since I've done it.
authentic with the pine nuts or do you use walnuts or something else?
To be honest, pine nuts are so expensive. I usually don't even bother putting nuts in it, though I know you can use. I think you can use walnuts, to give the pesto a nutty flavor.
Yeah,
But
you
I don't
can.
actually have to have the nutty flavor. I'm kind of a my my wife uh like turned me on to garlic. She just had this thing for garlic, and I mean, I've always liked it okay, but I never cooked with it fresh, and doing things like making pesto in a mortar and pestle, stuff like that. She got me to doing. So I don't necessarily need the pine nuts, mainly because they're so expensive.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll splurge on them.
Yeah, I don't like them that much, but if I could ever, probably the best place to get them would be Amazon. But pesto would be the only thing. What else do you use pine nuts for?
Yeah, it would primarily be for the for the pesto. But I love nuts and I love pine nuts and honestly, I would just eat them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I keep interrupting you whenever you try to start
No,
the
I,
video.
I don't. I don't mind. I don't really have any other than getting through some videos. At some point, we may get to pop the balloon, but these farming videos, because I've been kind of banking a bunch of videos that I've been wanting to watch, and I was gonna say that a lot of things like pesto and stuff like that. It's kind of at this point I'm cooking for one. So maybe I will splurge on pine nuts because I don't need that much pesto. Now that I'm used to cooking for my son and my wife and all that. But gee,
Mhm.
little bag of pine nuts. I don't really need much more than that now that I think of it.
Yeah. Well, if you don't like them and you don't need them,
Oh no,
skip
I
it.
don't. I don't. It's not that I don't like them. It's just the price. Like getting the real stuff could be kind of expensive, and it was just something I don't particularly need in the pesto. But it's been so long since I made pesto, I'll probably just splurge on it.
Yeah, that's good. I should do that. Honestly, the last time I got pesto, I bought some canned, the refrigerated jar stuff because
Hmm.
my man doesn't even like it. So I was making his red sauce, meat
Oh,
sauce,
okay.
and then I was like, well, I'll just keep some noodles on the side. That's how I have to, because it's not, I feel you. It's really hard to make it worth doing for one person.
Right. And no, Stank D, this is not my grow room. I don't. I It's been like 35 years since I've done anything like weed. And you know, at this stage of my life, why pick up the habit?
Weed really isn't that
The
addicting.
next one is
Yeah, but I mean, you know, for what? Sit around by myself online. Uh,
No,
for
but if
for
we
my
ever have
birthday,
a John gathering, we're getting you higher. You're gonna do some microdose dummies or something.
yeah, that'll be fun because it has literally been probably 40 years now that I think about it. So it'll be fun. But I hear that stuff is just way more powerful these days than it was back in the day.
Well, then we can
Better.
just have you eat like a quarter of an edible,
Yeah,
like
I
just
would I
for
would
fun.
start off. Yeah, I would start off with a quarter and see how it works.
chamomile. The
Chamomile,
next one is lemon basil.
lemon basil.
And the last one is Genovese basil. And I'm
Never had
planting all of
Genevieve.
these
See,
herbs in
she's
the
speaking my
tray
language now.
together because they all have the same approximate germination date, right? Like some of these are 5 to 10, 7 to 14, and 10 to 14, right? So because they're so close in their germination time, Then I'm going to go ahead and plant them out in the same tray. What I'll do is cover this with saran wrap.
Yeah.
And when I do that, whichever one germinates first, that just means that I'll go ahead and cut the plastic from over that particular side of. And now you can see the labels clearly. I just wrote
Ooh,
these
she's
on
so
some of those
neat
sticky
and
labels
organized.
and put those on. And again, these are being watered in just like so. I'm gonna come back with my saran wrap as soon as I run to the store and get some. And I'm gonna cover these tops. Such a citrusy flavor, and it's so very large tomatillo that I got from Beaver
Tomatillos.
Creek. Now the flavor profile
Now,
of
do
this
you ever
says it's a
make
citrusy yellow
oops,
color,
what did I do
pointed
here?
shape, and remarkable sweet tart flavor. Sunday tomatillo. I have a regular.
Jewel, do you ever make salsa verde?
I used to. I haven't since I've lived in New Jersey, to be honest. I don't know
Okay.
why. I just buy the. I guess maybe I have made fresh red salsa at home, and I make like I marinate chicken and chipotle and lime juice and other stuff, and I make pretty good tacos. But
I actually make pico de gallo pretty much at least once a month. And then the salsa verde, I every now and again I'll do something like a pork roast. And salsa verde, I for some reason love it, with a little like pork loin roast. It's excellent. So I just need to,
do you roast your tomatillos before?
yeah, I
Do you
roast
roast them and
that.
then boil them,
Yeah,
or just roast? What do you do?
well, roast the tomatillos, onions, garlic. Just put it on a baking tray and roast it all. Then toss it all in a food processor. And uh, uh, I guess yeah, you got to roast. I usually will put a jalapeno or two to roast in there also. It's not very hard to do actually. And then the salsa, I guess maybe one of these days I'll try it, but I usually just, get mix Roma tomatoes and like grape tomatoes, and then all the other stuff that goes in there, and just food process it, and then you've got pico de gallo, and if it sits for a while, I'll toss it in a pot and just turn it into salsa basically. But I actually like pico de gallo on things like roasted chicken. Another thing you can do is get like double bone pork chops and butterfly them, and then spoon some salsa in the pocket, and then well, usually what I'll do is I'll brown the pork chops and then slice them open, throw the salsa in there, and then finish them off in the oven. And that's really good also. You can do the same thing with the salsa verde.
Yeah, and you can do it with chicken too.
Yeah, exactly. People don't know what they're missing, with the fresh salsa. It is so easy to make and not very expensive. You could probably, for what you would buy, in those little containers you get in the produce department in their little freezer case or refrigerated case, you could probably make probably like salsa for 20 for that $5 or $6 that you pay for that little tub of salsa at the grocery store.
Teal in here, and let me see. This is a different
Oh, and I occasionally I'll make my own tortilla chips too, but that's a little messy.
type of tomatillo here. I'm going to show you the packet for this one. Let me show y'all this. It's called. Now, the flavor profile of this says it's a citrusy yellow color, pointed shape, and remarkable sweet tart flavor, making
I've
this
never seen
tomatillo stand out in the pack. The fruit
tomatillas like
grows up to
this.
4 inches long, and the flavor is more like a sweet paste tomato mixed with a husk cherry. So I'm
Mm.
excited to try this right here, and I've started about how many of these did I start? 4? Yeah.
Okay, well,
Like it.
we'll hop over to the next video. This is going to be the same couple doing something else. So let's see what this is.
I wonder where it busted at.
No.
Don't break it.
What are they doing? It's like are they building an irrigation system or something?
It must not be in there. So it
No
did crack. It's just
description.
not in there. Oh, thank goodness. I thought it was busted.
Oh, look at that dog.
Come on, out. Come on out. We thought this pipe was busted. Every time I turn around, this pipe is busting. And I'm like, we got to figure something else out about this pipe, because every time I turn around, this thing is bursting. But it's not
Probably because the
burst.
water's
It didn't
freezing in it.
What are y'all doing? I thought that this thing was gone again. And Miss H and I went to the
I
store
forget what those
to get
dogs
some
are called.
supplies to
Moringas
repair
or
it.
something
But
like
lo
that.
and
They're
behold,
bred to
it just
be
seems like the
farm
glue
dogs.
gave way. Maybe.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah. This is the pipe that we water our garden and our animals with. This faucet.
Yeah.
And it just seems like the glue gave way because nothing else is cracked. We had it wrapped so well, so it did not give out on us.
Yeah.
And we got going through this housing to keep
Maybe
us
you
from
need to
pulling
use
it and
another
stuff like that.
material.
That's turning, which is good. Because that just means that this is free to, it has some give. That's all.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna put a little glue around here and then let it sit for a while.
Okay.
I'm glad it didn't crack because I don't see no cracks.
Too. I don't see any. Also, because we're getting ready to do some lamb stew, I needed to get some carrots. So we got about 50 pounds of carrots. I bought about 50 pounds
50
of
pounds of
onions.
carrots.
I bought some bell pepper. Is he on the garlic bed? That's okay. It'll be okay. He's just jumping over. Ooh, snoops.
Pin and
I
nuts.
want to know how many times they put glue on that already.
Oh, we all dead.
Yeah, I was commenting earlier that on that other video where that podcaster was asking the farmer stuff. People aren't very good at asking questions. And then, of course, all these people are amateurs, so, they're not professionals, but I guess I could go back. Maybe they explained what's happening, but
Dried, and then I'm gonna go ahead and put some glue.
I mean, the thing is that it looks like it's cold out there, and I don't know, does glue dry very well out in cold weather? I wouldn't think that it would. You
I don't
want
know.
to
I
put
think
it.
don't you think it depends on the kind of glue? Because some things don't do well in heat either. Sorry if you hear my man in the background. He's
That's all right.
but it depends on the kind of glue. Like it looks like they're just slapping something from one tube, right? It's not like an epoxy thing that mixes and then hardens. I think they're just gonna have to keep redoing that, or they need to get
Either
Gorilla
that or
Glue.
I would get another material.
I might just get new pipes. Like it's
Yeah,
PVC. It's
that's
not
what
that
I'm saying.
expensive. Yeah. Okay.
Well, either new PVC or just get metal. I don't know what. I don't know. You know what? I'm doing all kinds of speculating, and it's not my problem.
Well, it's cheaper. I know it's not our problem. It's probably cheaper than metal.
What's up, Juan?
Good evening. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. What do you know about farming?
Hey, Juan.
Absolutely nothing other than my green thumb sucks.
Yeah, J-Dub, I don't know if they would survive a zombie apocalypse or not. They can't get their They can't get this little spigot or faucet thing to stay working. They probably run out of water. They run out of water to water their garden.
Go on now and get it in there.
Okie dokie, Mr. H.
Finna go ahead and get this thing right.
Yeah, let's do it. So while Mr. H is over there working on the water pipe, I am going to share with you our haul, what we picked up today. Now, sometimes when we can't get something in a hurry and we need it right away, we have a spot that we would go to, right? And it's called Restaurant Depot. And I
Oh,
don't know
wow.
if you have a
Okay.
Restaurant Depot in your area,
I've heard of it.
but if you do, it's worth
Because you can get pots and pans and stuff there.
looking
I think I used to go to a restaurant depot in Norfolk, Virginia.
into. Now, you know, I'm always telling you all to shop as your standard because that's what I do. But there are some things that if I need, like right now, then I'll go to Restaurant Depot if I must, and I do mean if I must, right? But remember me telling you all my favorite seasonings, the Tony Satchers. Well,
Ooh.
I picked up this one. I picked up this. Well, that one's not for. This one's not for me, okay? But this one right here is mine, and I also picked up some Old Bay seasoning, okay?
Damn it.
Now, y'all, this right here, I know somebody said, Mrs. H, that's enough. That should last you forever. It does not last me forever because not only do I use it for my cooking on a regular basis, but I also use it in just about all of my savory canning projects as well. So
Ah,
I'm using it quite a bit, especially
interesting.
in bean soup or black beans or whatever I'm doing. If it's gonna include a savory meal, more than likely I'm putting the Tony Satcheras in. Okay, and then also because we're getting ready to do, you need to come. Oh, come on over. Also because we're getting ready to do some lamb stew. I needed to get some
I
carrots. So
want
we
to
got
know
about
where they're
50
getting the
pounds of
lambs
carrots. I
from.
bought about 50 pounds of onions.
They're going to slaughter
I
them?
bought some bell pepper. Is he on the garlic bed? That's okay. It'll be
Well, if
okay.
they're buying them
I don't
already
know.
slaughtered and dressed, how
He
much?
snoops.
Because I can't
He do too
I
much.
can't find any cheap
But
lamb down here. Lamb's expensive.
Well, when I lived up in Northern Virginia, there's enough of a Muslim population that farms would actually, advertise like, hey, you can come and get your live lamb and, do your halal ceremony. Um,
Have you ever
we
watched one
got
of those, Stanley?
no, never have. Where do you watch
Honestly,
them on YouTube?
I mean, I think it's been 10, 12 years since I watched it, but yeah, I saw it on YouTube and it was actually like a very peaceful, loving ceremony because they want the animal to have good energy. And I just think that's amazing because if you like look at industrial farming, it is not
Right.
that. There's so much fear and stuff. And the chemicals do get into their blood and their muscles, you know?
Yeah, I
So,
believe that.
mhm.
Adrenaline and stuff like that. Yeah, if you've ever been to somewhere like Israel, the food just seems better. I think they just take so much more care, in the processing of it. Um, so,
It doesn't
um,
have half the stuff that we're eating that's really making
yeah,
us.
yeah, exactly.
Which is why I think even if you're not happy about it, like RFK is going to make a lot of good changes for our health. And
Yeah,
you know,
it'll be interesting to see what he can get done. I don't have as much hope he's going to be able to get that much done in 4 years because they're going to fight him all the way.
I don't think they need to fight him. I think that what's happening, if they're not careful, it looks like
Because he doesn't control the FDA, by the way.
no, he doesn't. But where I was getting at is, it seems like the administration is making some moves where they're shooting themselves in the foot unnecessarily. If that makes any sense.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you caught the stories about, they're going to have to regroup and, figure out how they're going to do they had to rescind the federal grant um, delays. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually am not mad, at them testing the waters like that, though.
I thought the only thing that they rescinded was just the memo.
Well, the executive order, they rescinded.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that. I've
Here,
been
let
running
me. I put the
ahead.
article in the. I'll put the article in the back.
That'd be great. No, I was gonna say, since this past week and a half, I've been running like a chicken without a head. I don't know that much about nothing right now, Stanley. Other than I don't know if you were up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I'm up here now is, when there are things that are interesting, like this video that you're showing with them. It looks almost like an impromptu farmers market, or the video that HB was talking about yesterday with this dumb chick that was twerking on a disabled person, and she was the nurse. She got arrested, by the way, thank goodness. But Jesus, But when I hear news at this point, I'm like, dude, I already have enough smoke coming out of my head, because when I see the news, I already know that means another wave of phone calls, and sure enough, it's another wave of phone calls.
Well, I know this may be a ridiculous question, but do you have a Washington Post account?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
So I can send a gift article, but I've never done it from my computer.
You don't have
So
to. I can pay for the subscription for the monthly.
no. Not for a single article. We can go through it again.
Oh no, I would take advantage of it. I'd read other articles too, Stanley, for the month.
Yeah, the Trump White House rescinds order freezing federal spending, reversing course. So I can. It's like a 5-minute read. We can do that right quick.
This news story was written by Jeff Stein and Tony Rahm. Trump White House rescinds order freezing federal spending, reversing course. The budget office came under immense pressure over the impacts of a sudden pause in key government grants. The White House Budget Office on Wednesday rescinded an order freezing federal grants after the administration's move to halt spending earlier this week provoked a backlash. In the memo distributed to federal agencies, Matthew J. Vaith, acting director of the White House Office of Management and Budget, states that OMB Memorandum M2513 is rescinded. That order, issued Monday, instructed federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligations or disbursement of all federal financial assistance. The White House order freezing federal grants caused mass chaos and confusion across Washington, appearing to imperil government programs that fund schools, provide housing, and ensure that low-income Americans have access to health care. States reported problems accessing money under Medicaid, and early Wednesday, some public housing authorities reported still being locked out of their funding portal, though access cleared up later. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt had said Tuesday that assistance for individuals would not be affected. The Trump administration withdrew the order a day after a federal judge in Washington temporarily halted its implementation until February 3rd, allowing public health advocates, nonprofits, and businesses, represented by the left-leaning group Democracy Forward, more time to challenge the directive's legality. Separately, roughly 24 state attorneys general filed their own lawsuit against the administration Tuesday, arguing that the pause in federal spending has harmed their residents. That suit continued Wednesday despite the order's rescission. Leavitt acknowledged that the initial budget office memo has been suspended, but said that the administration's broader efforts to block spending it opposes remain in effect. She said the order was rescinded to make clear that the administration will comply with the federal order pausing the freeze and to end the court case. Other executive orders approved by President Donald Trump but not rescinded, including a pause on foreign aid and on some clean energy funding approved by the Biden administration, do appear to have frozen some federal activities, including around diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, budget experts said. The administration issued humanitarian waivers Tuesday, allowing some foreign aid to go forward despite that pause. The executive orders issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented by all agencies and departments, Levitt said in a statement that also blasted dishonest media coverage, without giving any specific examples. This action should effectively end the court case and allow the government to focus on enforcing the president's orders on controlling federal spending. In the coming weeks and months, more executive action will continue to end the egregious waste of federal funding. Speaking at the White House, Trump asserted Wednesday that the media had purposefully created confusion over whether the freeze would affect Social Security and Medicare. He characterized the pause as a short-term freeze on certain discretionary spending payments. For us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. The American people strongly support these efforts, Trump said. We are fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. Republicans in Congress echoed Trump's complaint. Hours before the White House rescinded the freeze, Representative Tom Emmer, Minnesota, the number 3 Republican in the House, called coverage of the OMB's order the first ridiculous media hoax of 2025. The OMB review of certain spending priorities should be seen for what it is: good governance, Emmer said from the GOP's policy retreat at Trump's golf resort outside Miami. I, for one, am glad to have a president in the White House who is delivering on his promise to get our fiscal house in order. The fight also spilled into Wednesday's confirmation hearing for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to serve as the nation's top health official, with lawmakers trading barbs over whether Medicaid funding had truly been paused, as dozens of officials around the country warned Tuesday, or whether it was a media hoax. It's been proven false overnight, said Senator Mike Crapo, Republican Idaho, the Senate Finance Committee's chairman. Senator Ron Wyden, Democrat Oregon, countered by referencing the bedlam that Medicaid officials reported Tuesday. Democrats on Capitol Hill blasted the administration. Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, New York, demanded that Trump withdraw his nomination of Russell Vought to head the budget office. We know they will come back at this again and again and again, Schumer said. The rescinded order reflects what is likely to be just one of many initial battles over the Trump administration's attempts to assert far more control over the federal budget. Trump and Vought have maintained that the executive branch should have far more discretion to cancel federal spending without congressional approval. While this is extremely welcome news, it only stops those illegal pauses in government funding approved by the budget office's freeze, said Bobby Kogan, a former Biden administration official now at the Center for American Progress, a left-leaning think tank. Vought and Mark Paoletta, tapped as an attorney for the White House Budget Office, have said the administration will challenge a 1974 budget law that limits presidential authority to cancel spending. Paoletta has asserted that the law is unconstitutional, arguing that it reverses presidential authority to cancel federal funds that dates back to the nation's founding. Jacob Bogage and Dan Diamond contributed to this report.
Okay, I don't know what they're talking about there. Do they mean a veto? 'Cause that's the only thing I can think of that would allow a president to cancel funding. Um, I think these guys, I think these guys are making it up as they go.
I don't know. What I do know is it's weird, and the fact that the article's written the way that it is. Now I can understand exactly why I thought it was the other way, that it was just a memo. But it's not. I'm not blaming the Washington Post. I'm blaming the administration. That's where I think they're shooting themselves in the foot, Stanley. It's causing a
Well,
little bit.
look at this next article. I just found this, and then I got one more after it. Apparently, Army Helo collided collided with a commuter plane.
Yes, plane en route from Kansas to DCA airport.
Well, it looks like I just looked. They've got a video I'll show you. It
Yes,
actually looks like the helo collided with the plane.
it did. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, what the hell? What on earth? They've got all that stuff in there to tell you, where stuff is. But this scares me right here. Musk's team's push to get federal workforce or to gut federal workforce bypassed key Trump officials. That is scary.
What makes
You
that
know,
part scary? You don't mind me asking.
I'm sorry.
Well, what about that makes what about that is scary, if I may ask?
Well, the world's richest man is circumventing Trump's officials.
But it
Why
looks
would he? Why would he be doing? I mean, sounds like he went rogue.
he's not talking to them, or
Well, let me play the article right quick.
okay.
This news story was written by Emily Davies, Jeff Stein, and Faiz Siddiqui. Musk team's push to gut federal workforce bypassed key Trump officials. Billionaire Elon Musk has worked behind the scenes on an initiative aimed at depleting the civil service, prompting questions about its legality. Billionaire Elon Musk's influence over a traditionally nonpartisan agency that oversees the federal workforce culminated in the government's stunning proposal Tuesday, offering employees an inducement to resign, according to 4 people familiar with the situation who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe internal talks. The proposal, emailed late in the day to many of the nation's 2.3 million federal workers, blindsided some advisors to President Donald Trump, including officials in the budget office and agencies that typically would be consulted in advance of such monumental changes to personnel and spending policies, the people said. Since Trump took office, Musk has moved quickly to exert control over the Office of Personnel Management, the small independent agency that acts as a kind of human resources department for the federal government, issuing policy for agencies to implement. Musk personally visited the OPM's offices Friday, and several of his longtime surrogates, including Anthony Armstrong, who helped Musk buy Twitter, Brian Bielda, who ran human resources for Musk's firm SpaceX, and Amanda Scales, who worked at Musk's artificial intelligence firm XAI, have been installed in senior leadership roles at its offices in downtown Washington, the people said. Musk's team also was critical to building the system that sent an email from hr@opm.gov to most federal employees across a dizzying array of agencies, a capacity that had not existed before last week. Musk touted the offer on X soon after it hit employees' inboxes, arguing it was a crucial first step in reorganizing a federal bureaucracy he has long characterized as lazy and disloyal. The email emphasized the importance of a reliable, loyal, trustworthy workforce. Musk's role in orchestrating what is intended to be the biggest reorganization of federal workers in decades highlights the broad
That's
influence he
good to
now
hear,
enjoys
Juan.
across several federal agencies and the White House, as his role transcends that of presidential advisor to an executor of Trump's vision for the federal government. When Trump tapped Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency alongside entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy after the election, it was pitched as a panel outside the government that would give non-binding recommendations to the White House and Congress. Since then, however, Musk has burrowed inside the federal government, a shift that already has brought a striking overhaul of the workforce, and more measures apparently are underway. In addition to the Personnel Office, Musk allies are now running the U.S. Digital Service, a White House office that a Trump executive order renamed the U.S. DOGE Service. Musk's lieutenants have been interviewing the existing staff of that agency, asking detailed questions about their operations and expertise, said 2 other people who also spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe private conversations. One area of focus, according to another person familiar with the talks, gauging workers' views on DOGE, questions that have raised concerns of a loyalty test. The new leaders also have brought a heavy focus on engineering, keeping some workers long after their interviews to perform coding exercises, the person said. Meanwhile,
What?
at least one of Musk's private business associates has joined the General Services Administration, which oversees federal buildings. The new Director of Technology Transformation Services, a part of the GSA responsible for enabling access to government services, worked for 8 years at Tesla, Musk's electric car company. Workers in that division have been told they need to share some of their recent work, the person said.
Okay, I get exactly
Some
what's going
interpret it
on. Like you were saying, and this is where I was confused, Stanley.
Musk's team
They
made
are.
similar requests
Hold on
He's
one
back
sec.
basically.
after taking
Go
over
ahead. I'm
Twitter.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
He's running roughshod. He's basically running it like it's his own. So then the question is did Trump give him carte blanche to do that? Nobody's saying that. If he didn't, then we have a problem.
Well, we have a problem if Trump did. I think
Right.
either way you have a problem. You know, did you hear they literally built their own email system? I mean, how do you secure? I mean,
How do you
that
secure
sort
it?
of,
Like you said.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that, man. I don't feel comfortable about that because,
Well, I mean, Hillary Clinton had her own server. I
and
mean,
remember, I made a big stink about it, meaning my, my side, so to speak. We made a big stink about that. This is no different.
yeah, this is gonna be mighty interesting. I like I said, I like the initiative, but dude, don't break the law.
Yeah, don't do too much, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's only been a week. So I don't know. You know, uh, this
Yeah,
doesn't. You
and real
said there
quick,
are four survivors.
yeah, I'm looking at Breitbart, the far right. They're saying that there's 4 survivors. It looks like the governor of Kansas is in contact with the authorities in Washington, D.C. And of course, Trump made a statement as well. There it
Did
is.
so the plane crashed too?
Yeah, the plane went down.
Oh shit!
Yeah, the plane right now is in the middle of the Potomac as we speak.
I'm taking I take it the helos there too.
Yes. No word on the 3 people that were manning the helo.
Ugh. Yeah, see the helicopter. I think that's a hell. Wait,
No, that's the plane, and there's the crash.
but it looks like the helo. Oh shit! Oh,
Yeah,
that thing went down like a rock.
nobody survived that. I'm
A
sorry.
Washington Post examination.
Fuck.
Yeah, no.
Well, there goes a safety stand down for the army.
Yeah. Fort what Belvoir, I think.
So the plane hit the Black Hawk. Okay.
Yeah, on the helicopter, nobody. I don't think anybody survived that helicopter crash. But the plane, there's 4.
Yeah, I mean helos are just inherently unstable. Um, I can yeah, people just really don't know how dangerous the military can be. You know, this is just like some routine night flight.
Do we know what kind of airspace they were in?
Yeah, they were near Reagan National.
I mean, like, because there's all kinds of classifications.
They were at Reagan National.
Actually, at the airport?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, the classifications right now is that all flights are suspended.
Because,
Yeah.
like, the military has certain airspace they can enter that private can't
Well,
enter, that commercial can enter.
the military does lands at civilian airports all the time.
I know, but I just mean that I've read different things. I'm not saying I'm an expert on it by any means, because I'm not. I just know that there's different types of airspace spaces and what's allowed. So,
Well, they were
but if they
all
were at the airport, then
right.
that doesn't matter.
Well,
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't know about helicopters, but I know that, planes, Navy pilots, for instance, I mean, they've got to do a certain number of time in the air. So, I mean, they go on cross country flights. Like, I remember my cousin flew up from Pensacola to Norfolk, and we just hung out for the weekend. He just had to get some flight hours in or something. So, it just so happened he landed at the operations base airfield, but I mean he fly all over the place. I was
well,
kind of jealous actually.
well, after September 11th, I know that the White House, the Capitol building, and the Pentagon are off limits
Right.
to commercial planes. If you're near the vicinity of those, you will receive an escort. And if you're flying a Cessna and you don't know where the hell you're flying, you're going to lose your pilot's license for a while as well. That actually happened.
Well, I wonder if a dirty dude. Juan said he saw it on Breitbart. Um, I wonder if it's an air traffic control problem.
That's a good question. That would be well out of my pay grade. I know nothing about that stuff. I'm sorry.
No, I don't either.
That is where Bob comes. Where is Bob? We could use your help, Bob.
Yeah, if ever we needed Bob.
Yeah, this is where Bob would come in with his expertise. I just posted the link where I found regarding the survivors in the chat. If you want to post it in the public forum, Stanley.
Okay.
For a dirty dude, I think, so that he can look at it. Good Lord.
So, Juan, you said something about the governor of Kansas is working with them. Like, so that made me think something about one of those.
The plane came from Wichita. It was from Wichita to DCA, and because of that, some of the Kansan residents were on that plane. Were some of the 60 passengers that were on that plane. So the governor of Kansas was just in contact with the Washington.
Oh my goodness, there were 60. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a UH-60. I guess is that a Black Hawk?
A Sikorsky, it's saying.
No, it says UH.
A
UH-60. Yeah.
No, that's not a Black Hawk. UH-60 is otra cosa, no? It's
But that sounds like one of the two-rotor things.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Isn't it a Chinook?
Well, hold on one sec. I don't know. UH-60. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a Sikorsky. It's a military utility transport. I've actually been on one of these.
I got a chance to play on one when I was a kid when we visited the air station, but I never got we never flew in it, of course.
That's what it looks like.
And the president said an hour ago that or 15 minutes ago, that he's monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arise. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
the phone cameras already gave us more details than the news was reporting. And in fact, on YouTube, I'm sorry, not YouTube, Google, it was saying that the plane had actually landed. Well, yeah, the plane did technically land, but not in the most conventional of ways.
Seriously.
They do what's the dude's name? He did damn it, what was the guy who landed the plane in the East River?
Sully. Mr. Sully.
Sully. Yeah. So hopefully the pilot did a Sully.
Well, with respect, we saw the explosion in the air.
Oh, yeah.
So how did they come down afterwards? Like, that couldn't have been.
Well, planes
like
are
Sully, because Sully used it
planes-
kind of more like a landing strip. Like, he did his best to land it on the water. It's totally different.
Planes can glide. Helos cannot. You stop those rotors turning,
and it'll fall.
For sure.
Yeah, it's gonna fall.
Yeah, it fell right out of the sky.
It's gonna fall straight down.
I'm just saying it could have been smoother or as smooth as Sully's. That's all.
I'm just making a joke.
I think we both are, Stanley. We're on the same page. We're all good.
Well, let's see. What did they say?
Must land the plane in the water. In the water.
Well, I mean, it's so dark, he probably wouldn't know where the water was. Okay, it says rescue crews have found 4 survivors from the Black Hawk.
From the Black Hawk.
American Air, well, both the helicopter and the plane that collided. so maybe they don't know who is which.
That is luck. That is, they are the people on the helicopter that survived that are blessed because that helicopter. You saw the video, Stanley. It fell.
I saw it.
It just went
It's
right down.
like,
It's amazing any of them survived.
and then the water's 35 degrees.
Yeah, that's the thing. The water's 35 degrees.
Says there were no U.S. senior officials aboard the Black Hawk.
So the inside. Well, I won't go there. That joke is tasteless.
It's a PSA Airlines Bombardier regional jet.
1700 or CR. Oh, that's basically like a McDonnell Douglas 80. Both the FAA and the NTSB are investigating.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll take any more. You know, Reagan. I don't know. I've flown into Dulles at night. I don't know if I'll be. You know, I haven't flown in years, but yeah, Reagan's. I hear Reagan's pretty scary.
They say from a pilot's perspective it's scary, but I can tell you from a passenger perspective, I hate Dulles. I'm not a fan of Dulles.
I've flown out of there, a few times. It's not so bad. As a
Just
matter of fact, I took a regional American Airlines from, you know what? It might have been, well, it was a national airport at the time. I took one from National, it was in the daylight though, a national airport down to Charlottesville.
UGA was
You
playing.
flew into Charlottesville because I
Yeah.
think you got to get on a little putt putt after Washington D.C. to.
Well, I caught one from from National Airport. It
Oh,
wasn't Reagan National at the time, down to Charlottesville. As a matter of fact, it was a prop plane, which, yeah,
that's
eh,
cute.
little scary.
Yeah.
But helos are way scarier to me.
I mean, I think they're amazing. I've only been in one once, and it was when my oldest son was like 2, and my ex-husband was skiing, and we were just trying to play in the snow, and we were tired of it. And I was like, screw it. He spent $175 on the lift pass. I'm spending the money for us to take this helicopter ride. And, the look on his face was amazing. I still remember it to this day. I'm sure he still remembers it. It was super fun, over Donner Pass in the snow and all that stuff, Mount Shasta. It was great. So I'm sure military-wise, though, it's scary as hell, though.
Yeah, military takeoffs and landings. They're a little hair raising if you're not used to them. And I wasn't, you know, I was
Looking at
hopping a ride. I wasn't, an air person.
and looking at the latest update, it looks like an air traffic controller is going to be in a shitload of trouble. Pardon my language. It says at about 11:20 Eastern Standard Time, an air traffic control audio posted on X appears to indicate that the controller asked the helicopter if they had the airliner in sight. Moments later, the controller seems to instruct the helicopter to pass behind the airliner. The exchange occurs in the opening seconds of the audio. About half a minute later, an unknown pilot asks, "Did you see that, Trover or Tower? Did you see that?" So,
Ouch.
so the crash may have occurred due to error.
Well, it's interesting that you said that they asked, did you see that tower? So was there not any communication happening prior to that?
And that's where I think that there's the issue. The tower was talking to the helicopter, but the question becomes, was the tower talking to the plane?
Well, and was the helicopter on the right channel to hear the tower, or were they on a military channel?
Well, that I don't know.
Or would it cover it all? These
No,
are why
no, they were on a civilian channel. The
Okay.
the civilians don't talk to on military channels. Military channels are generally secure.
My bad. I just opened my second beer and I haven't eaten dinner yet, even though it's almost midnight. So
Have one.
I'm with
Have
you
one
now.
for me.
Thank you. Hmm?
Said have one for me.
I will.
Have
For
one
the
for me.
homie.
I can't drink. I got to get up in about 4.5 hours.
Okay, I'm drinking for all of us tonight.
Well, I don't know. We probably be done with this. I'd like to know where. I ought to. You know what? I ought to Google where the nearest restaurant supply is.
Why do you need restaurant supplies, Stanley?
She bought all those things in bulk. All that big container of Old Bay and the Cajun seasoning. So so I used to actually buy frying pans. I bought a frying pan or two from the a restaurant supply place at least in Norfolk. I just walk around and look at stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. My mom's old neighbor owned like the local county. They were considered more like wholesale, but you could still go in there retail. All the like restaurant and all the professional stuff.
Excuse me.
And I got amazing pots and pans from them. Bless you, in your cough.
Yeah, I would I don't know. I go into a place like that, it's like Walmart for kitchenware. I'd be wanting all kinds of stuff.
Don't buy cookware at Walmart. Spend the money.
Oh, I
Get really
don't.
good stuff.
That reminds me, I have to make a payment for a microwave slash air fryer that I put on that a friend of mine bought from Amazon. They sell these pallets of scratch and dent merchandise, and he bought
Oh,
one.
really?
Oh yeah, and it's you have some stuff that are dented but they're usable, and you have some other things
Yeah,
you
exactly.
did affect. And I saw this thing and I'm like, ooh, an air fryer. I can make chicken wings. Nice. And he only wants $90 for it. So I'm like, dude, let me make 3 payments of $30 so that I can get that, because that would be a badass thing to have.
That's awesome,
Yeah,
Juan.
I've never actually I in theory have an air fryer, which isn't here. It's down in Savannah, but it'll probably wind up staying there. But I've used it. The only, you know what I used the air fryer for the last time I was down there? To make toast.
You used an air fryer to make toast, Stanley.
Well, it's apparently it's a combination thing,
Right.
like a toaster oven, air fryer, or something like that. But yeah, I used it to make toast. It was pretty good. It's one of these things that's got this dial. You can have it do different things. Like it'll bake as well.
Oh,
So
that's cool. It's almost, making it, I guess, for multi-use. It's like I have a wok that I bought. You guys are gonna
mhm.
laugh at me. I actually use that wok to make pancakes, believe it or not. Because
No, you should use I believe me. Woks are extremely versatile.
They
this
are, but so did you do them up around the side or did you do like one at a time in the bottom?
one at a time at the bottom.
That's
I
cute.
saw a guy the other day on YouTube flip his wok over and did these giant tortillas on them.
I have a friend in Mexico that does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Now, see, I'd use it to make a tortilla bowl.
Corn tortillas, or do you use the flour?
I make them both, but I usually do flour because they're just easier. Corn tortillas are kind of hard to work with.
They are, but they're healthier for you, though. To be fair.
Yeah, I have a bag of masa. As a matter of fact, I have a arepa flour. It's forget what is it masa? What's the flour for arepas?
Arepas, it's basically like corn, the same meal that you use to make cornbread, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold on one sec. I gotta walk up to the kitchen anyway. I have it's like I really don't know the difference, but I've got the regular, masa stuff.
Right.
Um,
I
and
think
then
matzah's finer than cornbread.
Well,
uh,
masa, all that it is just flour. I mean, you use that to make the masa, which is like well, at least down here, it's like a dough, like a.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I all you got to do is put water in it, and
Yeah, exactly. Just don't buy self-rising flour because,
oh
yeah,
no, I don't do. You just put baking soda in it. I'm
yeah.
sorry, baking powder in your flour. Let's see, what is this? This is masa repa. It's pre-cooked white cornmeal. So it's white, and I actually have corn flour, but it's yellow cornmeal. So that's the difference. Cornbread at least the southern cornbread I make is usually made with yellow flour. The
Yes.
arepa flour is white flour.
Well, not necessarily. I don't know what in the world this type of flour is, but the
And
arepa, the flour that they use to make the arepas in Latin America, it's basically like cornmeal. It's yellowish.
oh, really? Okay.
The arepas come out literally the exact same texture as cornbread.
Oh, okay. Well,
Not
next time I won't get it then. I'll just use cornmeal because I always have cornmeal.
Yeah, no, and not the New York cornbread either, Stanley. You and I both know we're from the South. I grew up in North Carolina. You grew up in or New York cornbread is cake. That's not cornbread.
True. It's been a while since I've made arepas. I guess I'm gonna do that. Maybe I'll do it this weekend. I made 4 loaves of bread today
Uh-huh.
in a batch of buttermilk biscuits.
Dude, I'm getting hungry. And I,
Nice.
Well, it got up to 64 degrees. It's harder to make bread when it's cold outside, believe it or not.
right.
So since
It
it
got up
was
to
warm,
64 degrees?
yeah.
I'm jealous.
Well, we'll see how long it lasts because usually in February it gets cold again. But yeah, it was short. I went outside in short sleeves today.
I get to celebrate my daughter's birthday and seeing if the groundhog sees its shadow and literally on the exact same day. Let the fun begin. Happy birthday, sweetie. We got 6 more weeks of winter. Dang.
So today's her birthday?
No.
No, it's February 2nd.
Second.
Oh, okay. Sweet. Happy
Do
birthday
you
to
wa-
her.
do you watch the movie?
Groundhog Day? Groundhog Day?
Yeah, on her birthday.
No.
That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, it is. Maybe I'll watch it this weekend.
You know, my favorite movie, believe it or not, is Man on Fire. A lot of people. I was looking at the reviews that they posted about that movie from 20 some years ago, and the reviews were bad. But I think it's a cinematic classic. I
I've
think
never seen it.
I
Denzel
often forget movies. Can you tell us what it was about?
is starring Denzel Washington, Mark Anthony, Dakota Fanning. I forget the Mexican actress. The Mexican actress.
Penelope Cruz?
No, no, I wish. I wish.
Isn't she Mexican or is she Brazilian?
I think she's Brazilian. But no, this
Okay.
was a Mexican actress from like the she started movies from the 1940s all the way up until the late 2000s when she passed away. But
Rita
she's
Moreno? No, she's Puerto Rican, I thought.
no, that's Puerto Rican. Give me a second. I can go ahead and pull up the actress. Can't put Descansa. But the story of that movie is there's Mark Anthony needs to get kidnapping insurance. He gets kidnapping insurance and he agrees to the kidnapping of his kid to cash out on the insurance. So it's basically insurance fraud. The daughter gets kidnapped. They think that the daughter's dead. Denzel Washington, this washed out, assassin turned bodyguard, basically turns into assassin and starts picking off this cartel known as La Hermandad piecemeal, basically, until he reaches the leader of the group. And then they make a deal. It's like a life for a life, Peter's life for Denzel's life at the end.
Oh wow, I don't think I've seen that at all. But you know what it makes me think of is the other Denzel movie, because I'm like, I have to know a Denzel movie because he was hot, But so sorry, my headphones, even though they say they're connected, it keeps going through the speaker on the phone, and so I'm all screwed up. So anyway, the other Denzel movie, remember the one? I don't know, maybe I can't say how many years, but it kind of is like he becomes like a private contractor and he finds a girl who people are hunting and he's like saves her. It's like similar but different. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Anyway, I don't remember
By
the
the
name of
way, I
the movie.
just saw Denzel in Gladiator 2. Yeah, it was. I liked the movie. It wasn't as good as the first one, but it wasn't bad.
It was okay. It was
I
okay.
thought Denzel did pretty good. As a matter of fact, he was probably pretty much the movie. And that blonde older actress who played the aristocrat woman, I don't know. I think she is gorgeous. I have to go back and watch the first Gladiator, I guess. I can't remember her name, but she's got to be in her 60s. Yeah, she is gorgeous. I'm sure it was all makeup and that sort of stuff, but I'd take it. She's age appropriate.
Okay, I found the actress's name. Her name was Carmen Salinas.
Ooh, never heard of her.
Yeah, she's a was a very popular Mexican actress. She was on a lot of, they call them, there's the telenovelas or what have you.
Yeah.
Then from there she went to movies in the 70s, 80s, and then she got picked up on this particular movie. She was. I gotta find a scene. I'm scared to publish it because I don't want you guys getting sent back to YouTube jail. In regards, YouTube hates us for some stupid reason, even though there have been worse shows or what have you. But yeah, she's the one she's basically saying in Spanish. They grabbed Lupita, and they were mad because the nephew got killed, so they threw her in the trunk. She fell down and she didn't move, and Denzel's character, John Creasy, is like, well, who was it? Again, the whole dialogue is in Spanish, and his Spanish was phenomenal in this movie. He's like, who? And she's like, I don't know who he is, but I'll give you the girl. And he's like, girl, what girl? She's like, the girl. You don't want the girl? And he's like, is she here? She's like, yes. And they show her the girl, but it's not Lupita Ramos, the girl that was played by Dakota Fanning. It was somebody else.
Do you think his Spanish was dubbed?
No, it was not dubbed. He actually took Spanish classes for 2.5 months.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was perfect. Well, damn near perfect. Let's see if I can find that scene. Oh man. Everything's popping up the airport. Sorry. Give me a second. Oh, man. Even more reports coming in. Yeah, I think that air traffic controller is going to lose his job.
Oh.
That's the least of his problems right now, it looks like.
Yeah.
What's he a DEI hire? I'm sorry, Stanley.
I hope not.
I'm just messing.
I don't believe, the way people think DEI works. I don't think That's quite how it works. Um, I just tend to I speaking of which, you know what? I think I did that Costco story where the Republicans are trying to pressure Costco into giving up its DEI stuff. And the first question I asked is, I hope the Republicans that are, basically, I think they're going to try and sue or something.
For
I'm hoping that they actually read whatever the DEI policy is.
well, the thing is this for me personally, it's up to the company. Now, if I don't like the DEI practices, which I don't, then I don't need political parties to get involved. You let free market capitalism do the talking. You know,
Well,
just
well, I mean, Costco, nobody's going to boycott Costco.
Well,
well,
I have to say that one of my closest friends is a gay man. He's older, like he calls himself vanilla. He's like everybody else. He's like, I used to be the novelty, but now I'm just like vanilla gay. He thinks, trans is crazy. He's like, anybody that wants to cut off their penis is crazy. And so he works at Costco basically for the health insurance because they have really good insurance. It's like, I don't know, $30 a month or something. They have great insurance. But he said that they go by seniority and basically merit. He didn't use the word as merit, but he hasn't seen any of that stuff in Costco. So I just think that's really interesting that he hasn't seen it
Well,
in Costco, but I know people that have worked at Walmart or that do work at Walmart and they've seen it in Walmart.
Well, and that's the thing. I understand that people might not necessarily boycott a store, whether it's Costco or Walmart, but that doesn't mean it can't happen, I guess. You look at Target when they had the tuck-friendly bathing suits or what have you, and Target lost a crap load of money almost overnight, or Bud Light when.
Yeah. I mean, you want to make gay stuff for little kids. I mean, you're going to lose business.
Well, but the point that I'm making behind that is you don't need politicians to get involved. The public can speak for themselves. Is where I'm getting at.
Exactly.
There's
I agree with you, Juan.
And in my honest opinion, that's where if Republicans keep it up, that's where they shoot themselves in the foot every blankety blank time. Like there's a bill, I kid you not. This is going to sound messed up, but it's a anti-jerking off bill. Yes, that actually got introduced in one of the state.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, in one of the state houses. I'm thinking, why do you need that bill? Oh, to strike up a conversation? Congratulations on wasting our time on a bill that damn well is not going to pass, and even if it were to pass, it's unconstitutional clearly, just so that you can strike up a conversation. To me, that's stupid.
Yeah, well, I don't share, the fear of DEI. What I do think is that Republicans or anyone talking about merit and the meritocracy in the United States,
Right.
I think that's laughable. We don't have anything like a meritocracy. So I think the only real meritocracy is in the military that I'm aware of.
Not even like if you get past what E6, it's all political.
No, I disagree,
Okay.
especially in the enlisted ranks. When you get up around maybe E9, it can be political because they're usually like command, like in the Navy, you'll be a command master chief. You're basically, the senior enlisted person at a command.
Right.
That can be political. But I would say up until, at least in the Navy, E7's not political. It's all merit.
Okay. From what I understand.
Now, past E7, yeah, I guess it could be political, but no, you don't make chief, you know, politically. Now, I mean, you have to get good evaluations.
Yeah, well,
I remember once we were doing some sort of engineering drill,
uh-huh.
and
The guy that was leading the drill was an '03, and yeah, he could be a little bit of a prick. Well, the captain was down there because it was an important drill down in the engineering control room, and this E7, basically under his breath goes, "Ah, what a dickhead," talking about the '03, and the captain overheard it. That was pretty much the end of his career. He made E7, he will not make E8.
Ah, oh, the fun! He literally did the equivalent of the dummy that pulled out in front of his interviewer, flipped him off, and then walks into the office for the job interview, only to run into that guy that he flipped off. Yeah, you can throw your resume in the trash. Things aren't looking too good for you right now.
We'll go through the motions just so we know that it's not DEI. But you won't be the I for this job.
Hey, so I don't know if it's made it into your sphere. Maybe it has because of the John Galt channel, Stanley. But I see it because honestly, Instagram thinks I'm black, I think, but I get plenty of, white stuff, I guess. And, there's a lot of white men who were like, I applied for this promotion or whatever, and I didn't get it. And instead this whatever person, insert whatever other race got it. And, I'm more qualified. I have this degree, they have that. And they were more qualified. So I'm not saying all of it, but
No,
some of
I
it
think it's.
is
I'll
because
just be
there are
blunt.
white people that
I'll
are
just be
qualified
blunt.
for
A,
more
a white
qualified
guy
for things.
getting on Instagram whining about a job he gets or didn't get
But
is not
Stanley,
going. It's not going to even get my sympathy.
okay, look, I'm just saying it seems like there's maybe been a little bit more villainization
No, I
of.
think it's. I th- I
And my man
literally
is
think it's.
black, okay?
I literally
I'm not
think
trying to
it's
be like
bullshit.
all about white people and the white man. I'm
No,
just saying like it seems like there
hold
has
on.
been some
You're
of that.
you're getting all you're getting all upset. I'm
I'm
saying
totally not upset. I
I'm
came into
saying
my bathroom because my man's loud out there.
a man whining about a job he didn't get on Instagram is not going to get my sympathy or attention.
I'm just saying that DEI stuff impacted different people different
I
ways.
don't think. I think
And
the
there was
whole
a negative
DEI.
impact whether you want to recognize it or not. And it happened
No,
to
I
Indian
don't
people
want to
too.
recognize it because I don't think it happened.
I saw it happened to Indian people the same, like so there's some, trans woman, man, whatever person coming in and they're overriding the Indian guy who actually has the qualifications. I'm not saying it's all white, but it happened lots of places and it did happen to white men. It happened to Indian people.
It happens to black
Latino.
people. It happens to all kinds of people. The thing about meritocracy in, say, a corporate setting is half of the corporate, like, once you get past like middle management, it's all political. Merit is a part of it, but I've seen plenty of people who couldn't turn a screw get jobs that they weren't qualified for because the boss or the bosses like them. Um, the
Yeah.
the I think that the DEI thing is overblown. I think the fantasy that we actually have a meritocracy in corporate settings, I'm sure there's some, and I know there's some, but I've worked in Fortune 500 companies, and I would say generally, maybe 70% of the time, it'll be meritocratic. 30% of the time, it's just going to be politics. It's who the boss likes and feels
Well,
comfortable.
like you said though, it's to a certain point because I was in corporate America. I used to be home office life insurance. And no matter what, all women, doesn't matter what your race is, you're always going up against a man. And he could perform worse than you. Your wholesalers can like you better than him. And he's still going to get paid more. That's the kind of bullshit I was dealing with. And I'm white.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so
Well, you
sometimes it's a
think
woman man thing. it's not necessarily a race thing. I'm just saying. And I think that's what came to mind the other night. I was trying to find that, Stanley. I'm sorry, going back to Cora. And I got caught up watching something else earlier trying to find it. So if you could send me the link to that video.
Which one?
The Martin Luther King. I thought it was his wife, but somebody else said it was
Yeah, it
his
was
daughter.
Coretta Scott King.
Yeah, Coretta. That's what I said, Coretta, I think.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and find it. It's in my Slack somewhere.
Well, it should be in your history too, your plate history. And I think
I
Portia
don't.
sent you my email.
I play so many videos it would
Yeah, that's
take me a
true.
while.
So I'm going to be doing something for a little bit. So I'm listening to you and Juan talk or whatever video you play, but I won't
Well,
be
it's
talking.
12 man now. Juan dropped off.
Oh, bye, Juan. Hi, 12th man.
Hello there. Good to see you tonight. Very good to see you.
You too, man.
I just
Yeah, when I find it, I'll put it in the back chat.
sorry to drop off earlier. I had to order my dog some food. And he needs specialized food now, Stanley, because he's an adult dog. You know what I mean? So he needs that certain formula. So
Right.
and then the other night I got really drunk, Stanley, and I broke my headphones. Like
What'd you
I
do?
thought they were my really nice JBL ones, and then come to find out the frame was just plastic, and that's why they broke. So I ordered me some new headphones. Ordered some Philips this time. They're like $135 headphones, so I hope they work all right.
Well, if you're
And
using them or you order them.
no, right now I'm using my piece of crap headphones, but I
They
just
sound fine.
do they sound all right, Stanley?
Yes.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll keep these for backup, but I ordered some nice new Philip headphones. Philip, you heard of them, right? I guess they got pretty decent sound quality. Like, kind of hurts me too, Stanley, because I could have spent a couple $100 more, right? Then I could have just got both. Like, I really like the over-the-ear headphones.
Right.
That way, when I go into town, I don't have to listen to nobody. I just turn on my tunes, or maybe even just be listening to John Galt's channel and going about my business. You know?
Right.
And you know, Sam Fisher's in second place. Can you believe that, Stanley?
Well, he wasn't first. How many votes is he behind?
I don't know. I can't see that, Stanley.
Oh, really? Okay. I thought they'd hopefully give you the vote count.
Well, I don't know how they worked out with the pet, Stanley. But if you'd vote for Sam, I'd really appreciate it.
I will.
Be a considerable amount of money after a few months.
Right.
Like $35,000. That's a lot of money, Stanley.
It is.
now you know why I'm begging everywhere.
Well, you're not begging, you're campaigning.
Well, I guess that's another word for it. Like, please vote for me. Please vote for me. I, I don't know. I ain't even gonna get into it, Stanley, because I'm just trying to have fun tonight.
Right.
Yeah. We all know what campaigning is about. I just thought campaigning for a dog would be fun.
Well, you kind of have
Might
to.
as well.
The dog can't.
Yeah.
Well, let's see
Yeah.
here.
I
What's coming up?
appreciate you showing Sam Fisher on there a few times, Stanley.
Okay.
Done a great job, Stanley. And I know you don't think a lot about me, but I do respect you, Stanley. So
Well, I respect you too.
we just led different lives, that's all.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Let's go back and look and see.
And
I'm looking for for.
better quit while I'm ahead. That's
Uh,
what my mama used to say.
I'm looking for an entertaining video. Seems that
Did you ever get around to that homestead of art? 'Cause
yeah, we watched two of them as a matter of fact.
oh, you did? Damn, I missed it. I had to go online and order dog food and shit. You know, I went to the store today, Stanley, and eggs were $8 a dozen. And I'm like, well,
What?
I don't have
They
to.
did the prices didn't fall now that Trump's in office?
uh, they don't magically go down like that, Stanley. Right? You know that.
Oh, I was just going by what Trump said.
I was
I
looking.
know he signed an executive order about something having to do with price stabilization or something like that.
Was that right?
I was kind of hoping maybe he would sign a bill specifically for eggs.
But I I found well when I went to the grocery store today, Stanley is like they wanted $50 for the $44 bag of regular pedigree dog food. Uh, Man, it was 29 last month. This month they want $49 for my dog food. And it's like not a heck
Yeah,
of that.
we need an emergency bill from a dog food executive order.
Something, Stanley. But anyway, what I did was I found a more specialized type of dog food on Amazon for like $16 for 18 pounds. So I just bought
How
two
much
of
for
those.
18 pounds?
$16.
Oh, 16. Oh, I thought you said 60.
No, I've seen some on there for 60 though. I always raise my dog on pedigree dog food. I know it ain't the best, but whatever. He's still second place in the national championship, Stanley. That's pretty cool.
Right. Oh, this is.
Would you share him, Stanley, if I shared the link?
Share what?
Share Fisher's link?
Yeah. I want to watch this fishing video right quick.
That's a
You
monster.
got a fishing video?
Oh, yeah. What's up, everybody? Eddie Scales back again with the Mid-Flow Scales, and today we're fishing on the East Coast today with AD. Hooked up with AD. You know, go ahead and subscribe to his channel. I'm gonna make sure I put all the links in the description so you can check out his channel. And game plan is get on the sheephead today. So y'all stay tuned for the video. And yeah, let's get on this fish.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, we're
Those
going
are
to make it
really
happen.
hard to
I got
catch.
y'all today.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, let's
Yes.
make it happen.
Yes, sir.
They've literally got teeth like human teeth.
All right, y'all. We just pulled up to the first spot.
Oh, he's using fiddler crabs.
Got me a little mud crab tied on. Bottom sweeper jig. I'm gonna start off pitching that one time for the one time. I'm just gonna come by this dock. Maybe they up under this dock real quick. You know, let's see, man. I'm gonna try to make it happen. Probably gotta get a little bit closer. I ain't like that cast.
Ooh, that's a good cast.
Yeah, that one looked like about a 16, 17. If they over there, they probably over here too. Oh wait, hold up. It's got a little bite. Got a little nibble. He ain't take it though.
Probably took it.
Something on it.
I wouldn't be eating shit by the dock anyway. That's where people piss and shit right there.
He got me. He was on it, but
Ask me, I never stand it.
Yeah.
There we go. Ooh, oh yeah. Oh, no way. No way. Yeah, that
They
was
are
a nice
hard
one
to
too.
catch.
Every time over here.
Really? Hey, that's how it go, man. That's how it go.
Hope they got a lot of those crabs, because sheep's head actually like kind of they crush. They
That
got
was a
teeth
nice
like
one. Had to be
humans,
about at least 17,
and
16.
I've never been able to catch one. It's not a fiddler.
Are they trying to catch the crab?
Go ahead, bro.
Well, no, they're
confirmed
they're
under
trying
it.
to catch sheep's head.
It's only a matter of time before we stick them. You know.
They crush
Yeah,
their
that's off the fiddler
food,
crab.
so it's hard to
I don't need
catch them.
shit.
Take them long.
Personally, Stanley, I don't need shit by the dock.
Yep.
That's where everyone
They got that
pisses
short
and
memory.
shit.
Yeah, come right back. Let it cool
I
off for a
ain't
second.
nothing
They'll be right back.
coming from around the dock.
Oh, he on. Oh yeah, AD on. Yes, sir. That's it. Woo. Oh yeah. Golly. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Look at my boy on. First fish right
Oh,
there
that's a
to
nice
kick
one.
us off, man. Oh. Double up. Double up. Double up.
Better keep that line tight.
There we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. 2 fish in the boat. Hey,
And that one's
man.
kind of small.
Them East Coast boys don't play. Look at that. Look at the size of that fish right there, y'all. All right,
That's
y'all. Look at
perk.
that. First sheet. You probably
It's
go
a
for about
monster
like 13, something like that.
Yeah, tape in front of you. They gonna get him out of there.
Let's see, check them out. Oh, nah. Yeah. He about 12 and a
Yeah,
half.
that's a fryer.
You got some players? Yeah, they
About 12 and a half. We're going to hold on to him for now. Probably catch
No,
some
you
bigger
don't want to do
ones.
that. If you're not
And
sure,
if
just throw
anything,
it back.
we'll swap them out. But
Yeah.
not bad. First fish landed.
Unless
Bottom sweep
some,
stick.
most times 12 inches for something like a sheep's head will be about right. So it's probably legal.
All right, that's it.
Of course, this looks like
Going in the
Florida,
box.
so I don't know their rules as well. They'll have slot limits.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of
Second one, an
fish,
oyster?
Stanley, they don't even let you fish by the dock.
Okay.
That's a big no-no up here.
Yeah.
If it's just like that. Where you at, bro? Up under there? Okay. Oh,
Problem is that they don't come out in open water, so bridge pilings are a good place to catch
they
them
don't take
too.
them long. Baby
Yeah,
sheep.
throw that one back.
All right. Send him back.
Not even close.
Oh, that stuck him too good.
Prime up.
Nope, too
All
small.
right, buddy. I should have tossed him over there. I say it's probably only about 2.5, 3 feet right here.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, he came off. And he landed one doubled up, but he got his, man. Look at that. That boy don't play, man. Look at that. That boy don't play about them sheep now.
Yeah, man.
Stanley, they need to come up here, hook on a salmon, and drag that boat down the river.
Yeah.
All right. Let's try it again, man.
Be fighting for that salmon all day.
Cold weather. One thing about sheephead,
Oops.
they don't bite in that cold weather. Oh yeah, come on, buddy. I'm bringing this way. Bringing this way. Oh yeah, that's fish landed right there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. Oh my bad. I'm trying not to loosen my line a little bit. Get that right there, y'all.
Man, that's a fat.
Yes, my boy. Let me see.
Let me see. Look at that, man.
Y'all see him, man.
Hey, look at this, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Nice
That thing's
size sheep.
probably full of crap.
Hey, my boy AD. putting us on right now, man.
Yeah.
Don't play about them sheep heads.
Nice fish.
Bro. We probably only been out here about,
Keeper.
she think probably about 10, 15 minutes.
Can't tell. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
he was
close.
only here for 30 minutes. Homeboy on the not yet.
About 30 minutes and limited out.
No, no, it's not close.
Run that T-Bo.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that one's just up under 17, so we'll put them in the box. Bottom sweep a jig, fill the crab, just keep fishing.
Let me get you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, you just hook it right through. All right, y'all. About to try this barnacle out.
Oh, barnacles.
I never tried it for sheep's head, but I know it worked.
Yeah, it's an eighth
I
jig,
know it worked.
1/8 ounce,
Let's go hook it.
a 1/8 ounce jig.
Using a barnacle to catch a fish.
Well, these
And
sheep's
then
head eat shellfish almost exclusively. So anything like crabs or shrimp, um, 'cause their teeth are like human teeth. They literally crush
All right,
through
y'all.
the
Toss me a
shell.
barnacle out there. Drop it down there.
But because they
See what happens.
crush, they don't like suck in the
Oh, they up under there. We just trying to figure
bait.
them out
They
right now.
literally like a human. They crush it.
I like that cast.
They're
Like that.
extremely hard to catch. I've never been able to catch one, but I haven't fished for them a lot either.
come on, Stanley. I know you caught a perch before.
Well, it's not a perch. It's I think sheep's head are actually drum
Oh,
in that class of drum.
Yeah, they're kind of like perch.
no, no. Ah, dang. Yeah, okay.
Got away.
Drag too loose.
When I told you about the
He
barnacle,
lost his
Yeah, them
whole
barnacles
lure.
hit.
if
He's
it's
gonna have to
something
retie
big,
it.
Yeah,
it's gonna be big.
it's gonna be big. Hey,
It's gonna be big.
dang. He got
And
me.
the drag is a little too
loose.
time, he was already over yonder.
Yeah. Dang. I didn't know he's gonna hit like, hey, that learned me real quick, man. I know he's gonna hit like that.
That's probably about a 20-inch right there all day.
Yeah.
A nice size barnacle.
Oh, buddy. I
What's
ain't
up,
really
Tyrone?
like that, man. Put me a barnacle back on, y'all. I didn't know he's gonna hit
Yeah,
like that.
they're sheep's head, Tyrone.
They
They
told
are
me, but I didn't know
hard to
he's gonna hit
catch.
like that.
As a matter of fact, I'm learning stuff watching this.
Double check my drag. Go ahead and check. Boy hit like a freight train.
Hey, good luck.
Yo, I wasn't ready, man.
Oh, they tough. They size, but it's tough.
Oh yeah. Nah, he learned me real quick, man. That's all I need to know. It's a 3,000 too. Smoked it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You got him. Woo! Yes, sir. Oh yeah, look at that, y'all.
Tyrone, have
Hey,
you
that
ever
boy don't
fished
play,
for these
man.
things before?
Oh,
Or caught one?
Yeah, nice 16.
it'll crush you, bro.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a nice one. Look like. You'll get them back though. Whew. Ain't take long. Got them back. Yes, sir. Slamming them. Slamming them. Didn't take long, man. Look at that
Damn,
right there,
he's
man.
good.
Another keeper size sheet.
Come on, baby.
Look at that, y'all.
Sir, y'all see it, man.
Yeah, that boy ain't playing. There you go.
From what I hear,
Okay.
Sheep's
Yes,
Head, I
sir.
used
Yes,
to have
sir.
this fishing book that rated fish by like how good of food fish they were. And if I recall, Sheep's Head were at the very top of the best tasting fish. I guess because they eat nothing but shellfish. So
Well, I
I don't
really
know.
like you know how you cook drums, Stanley? You skin them and you clean them real good, and then you bake them in lemon and butter and garlic. And man, I felt one time me and my dad got like 80 or 90 of those damn things.
Huh.
And I went back and fed the whole village with them.
Yeah, I've only
And,
caught redfish, which are red drum. But there's a
and
drum, the
that's
black
how you
buck.
cook them.
You can grill them. That's usually how I do the redfish if they're big enough. You can cook fish all kinds of ways.
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
that's
Hey,
true.
the sheep head is sheep head, man.
You
Come on,
got
it's a little
Yeah,
what?
sticky now.
that
You
one
gotta
looks
get them from the
small.
bottom.
Yeah, but
Yeah, be careful, but
get it, man.
hey, man, you got that sheep head under your belt now. Now you know how the bite feel.
Put that towel here.
Let's see, man. Come on back to it.
They need to back off that guy.
Oh man, yeah, that was him.
That's too close in.
That was I seen. That was crazy. That was him.
Y'all see it. Let me get my boy hook back up real quick.
He broke you all the way off? Oh yeah, that was him.
And that would have been a good one. Makes me want to tighten my drag even more. Tighten up mine for sure.
Yeah. Let me do a drag check. Yes, sir. All right. Actually, hey, man, you know, had to get back to it. I seen AD run them in, had to get back to it, man. Yeah, he was kind enough to bring us out here, man. You gotta do it right by pulling up fish, man. Yeah, I'll say about 12.
If you go across that bucket, y'all, see a bucket is 12 inches straight across. So if you go across the bucket, no.
Yeah, he's short. He going back.
Short.
He too short. All right, buddy. I'm put him back over here. So he took off right back to the dock, right over there. Woo! That's a monster. Oh yeah. The fish landed. Woo! Y'all see that?
What I told you. No, you good what I told you.
Yeah.
I said here.
Bro, look at that. Hey, we just pulled up. Hold on, man. Let me
Well, that's
come-
the
come a little
intercoastal
closer.
waterway. I think it is.
Oh my God.
It's got to be down like it's mangroves.
Look at
Holy
that
shit!
fish right there, y'all. Look at that boy.
And he a male. He doing male stuff on me. Y'all see the color of that coming dripping off his tail? He doing some male things to me right now, boy. But it's over for him. You hear me?
It's a wrap, man. All right, y'all. We're finna show y'all the fish. Show y'all what we're working with. You know, we pulled up a few. A few to say the least, man. Come here, man. Come on. Let me show y'all real quick. Come on in here.
Damn.
That's gonna be quite a fish fry.
Just to show y'all what time we was on today, man. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Pull out one. Pull out one of them. Pull out the big one.
See those teeth?
They got some choppers on them.
And y'all be putting up the scales, man. Stop playing around.
We're gonna get ready to head out, but it's been a good trip. Like I said before, you know, thank y'all so much for watching the video. I appreciate you all. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe if you're new to the channel. I'm Eddie Scales. This is Midflow Scales. This is Hooked Up with AD.
AD, man. Hey, listen. Like, share, subscribe, hit the bell. Always show love. Be nice to people, man. And start calling my phone.
That was pretty cool, Stanley.
It's a flounder. That's a snook. I don't subscribe to his page.
Might as well.
All right, let's see what else we got here.
I've sent you one in the back, Stanley. It's pretty cool about where I live. Fishing where I live.
Joel's on. Oh, right there. Got a fish on. It's running. You got one on, Vinny? It's running like a big dog. Run, Forrest.
Are you fly fish?
Joel, you think you're ever getting that one?
Yeah.
In? No way was that it. That just jumped. Oh,
Exactly how we get them.
oh my God, it's a huge king. It's a big king. Yeah, it's huge. It's a big king. Let me in. Let me in. Oh my God. Let's see if he's able to stay on that thing. Oh, it's a huge king. Whoa! Yeah, Joel. I think it's a beluga. A beluga. Whoa!
That's a well in the river. No shit.
He better not be catching a beluga. He's just watching it swim by, right?
Yeah.
Salmon on right now.
Okay.
Chasing it down this bank. Oh, it's gigantic. It's gigantic.
Oh, I don't think they'd come up into a tidal river, would they?
Yeah, they do.
Was that freshwater?
That's fresh water.
It's schooling them. Whoa.
Yeah, they'll come up there to eat fish.
Yeah, estuaries are really fascinating microbiomes.
Fish off.
You know.
Precious biomes.
That right there was a Kenai River King salmon, you guys, from the bank. That thing was huge. Huge. It was like 3 feet long. Oh, man. Joel, tell me what was going through your mind when that fish took off.
I don't have a chance.
No chance. Got no chance.
You let me get a good look at him.
Yep.
That was awesome.
Out here sockeye salmon fishing.
Yeah.
So you don't feel defeated.
Not really. My palm does.
Yeah.
Trying to hold the drag.
Oh, man.
Otherwise, no.
Most people fish their entire life and never get a fish like that on.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Leave it to Joel, though.
Yeah, I'll come up with some good words later on. Still in shock.
Still in shock. That thing looked like it was 45 pounds. It was big. Oh, man. That right there, getting out on the Kenai River, you guys. Woo-hoo-hoo. You never know what you're going to hook into. Right here, sockeye salmon fishing. Oh, my goodness. Nice work.
Get some fish.
Did you let him go?
Yes.
All right.
He's gone.
Very nice. Melissa's on again. Yeah.
That's my river.
You're on
Stanley.
fire down here.
Really?
Yeah.
Put that new hook on there. Walk back towards the bank if you can. How's it feel? What's going through your mind right now?
He's still on.
Yeah? What are you fishing with?
See if I can get it.
I see your hook.
Just a little egg.
A little egg. Easy, let him run if he's gonna run. You're fishing with a bead.
Bead.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like an egg.
Looks like an egg. Good form. Good form working on that fish. Is this your first Kenai River fish of the year? Yes. What have you been doing?
I've been cooking a baby.
Look at that form. Nice. Nicely done. Ooh.
Ooh.
Fighting
That
you.
was.
Fighting you. I think you got a sockeye.
Yeah.
I think you got a sockeye.
Got a sockeye. Let's get him.
Perfect hook set and everything.
Nice job.
Fresh salmon right there. Let's go.
That man comes through. Expert on the reel. There it is, people. First Kenai River sockeye of the season.
Nice.
Right there.
Woohoo.
On the bead.
That's how you catch your fish, Stanley. Right there.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Come on. Finally on. Yes, you guys. The spot's on. Like a nice sockeye salmon right there. Good hook set. Vinny on the net. See if we can't do this. Do this. Come here, little guy. Oh. Swing and a miss.
And got
See if
that
we
one.
can't do this. And he's getting serious. There it is. There it is.
Another one.
Oh man, that's a big old sockeye. All right. Okay, seriously. I'm not even fishing anymore after seeing Joel hook that king like that. I am done. I mean, seriously, when you hook into a fish that's like 4 feet long in this river and it just schools you, oh my goodness. I'm not even try to follow that up. Vinny on the rod, Joel on the net, getting into position. Moving in, got a big one on. Woo. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Trying again. This thing's a toad. It's a toad. We're gonna get another jump out of it. I don't know. Oh, it's going around the outwards. Ooh. Ooh. Joel's getting serious. Vinny's still working the fish. Not messing around anymore. Working it. Working that beautiful big. There we go. There we go. Look at that!
Gonna get the big one
That's
this
a fat
time.
silver. That is a fat silver,
Fat
dude.
silver.
Oh. Oh. Look at that beaut. Ooh. Look at that.
And that is
Two
the
casts,
silver.
2 silvers. Right there.
Look at
Orange.
that.
Look at that toad.
How many pounds is that guy?
twin to the last one.
About 10, 12
man.
pounds, probably.
Nice.
Just catching.
Silvers are in, dude. Nice fish.
That's a nice fish right there. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Right in the mouth. Beauty. Beauty fish. Good job. One in the box. All right, guys. Finally back on the mainland. And it's always awesome when you guys can pick up a couple of those salmon out of the river and get back safe and had a great time out there on the water. So, as always, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thanks for subscribing. And I'll catch you guys on that next one.
Hey, 12th man, do you have to have, in Alaska? I just know it's more like free range or, wild up there. Do you have to have a fishing license? And is there a season
Yeah,
for salmon?
definitely. You have to have fishing license, ma'am.
Don't you think that's bullshit?
Yeah, but we.
No. I mean, the fishing license is one of the few things I don't mind paying for because they actually do something with the money that's. No, Tropes, I've never fished for pike. I've never lived north enough to have them be native. I hear they're the ones with the teeth, right?
Which ones did Tropes say?
Pike.
Oh. I don't know if I've ever
Yeah,
had
I've
pike.
I've heard.
That's why I hope Portia and HB come up here so we can go get some beautiful salmon out of the river.
Tropes, don't
Well,
you have to
hey,
use
okay.
steel leaders to catch pike? To catch pike?
We'll do that for you. Yeah.
Is that true?
So
And
while you're waiting
Tropes,
for that answer, also, you know what? Let's compare because you can salmon fish on the Russian River in California. It's interesting that it's called the Russian River, and there's a town called Sebastopol, like
we
Sebastopol
have a
over there.
Russian river here too, darling.
Wouldn't that be amazing if they connected? You're closer to Russia though than Northern California, but it'd be amazing if they connected. But so
They
Stanley, you
don't.
could do a compare and contrast with California Russian River salmon fishing to 12th man's Alaskan river fishing.
Huh.
If you want just a suggestion, I'm just throwing it out
I
there. I
mean,
used to go to restaurant and
how would I compare them?
I'm just saying you could look up a video like you just showed of Alaskan
Oh no,
salmon
that
fishing.
12th man provided that video.
Oh, okay. Well, I would do that. I've been having issues. If I leave where I am right now, sorry, Chad, if you say anything to me, I can't see you. But whatever. I just have to stay where I'm at. So I can't send you any links till like we're done or tomorrow.
Well, let's see here.
It's cool. You don't have to look anything up. I'm just saying it's a thing and it would be interesting since we're on the topic of salmon fishing.
I got one for you in the back, Stanley, that's even closer to my house. It's another river. Like
Okay.
runs right by my house almost.
That sounds
That's
cool.
where we get some big silvers out of the Casila. That's actually my river. I call Keenan my river, but the Casila is really my
It
river.
says on the Russian River in California, salmon fishing is restricted.
I'm sure it is
In California.
in California. Yeah.
So I guess there'll be no comparing. You say you can catch other fish like smallmouth bass, rainbow trout, and shad. Um, so there is no comparative salmon fishing, unfortunately.
Not really. Not compared to here, Stanley. This is God's country when it comes to salmon fishing.
Hmm.
I would love to visit there, but I don't think I could ever live there. Like New Jersey's already too cold for this California girl.
Morning here down in
Oh,
Soldado.
you get
We're
used
about
to
to
it.
head to the Castleoff or Casiloff River to do some salmon fishing this morning. This is about as dark as it ever gets, and it's not real dark, so sleeping's been a little messed up. But we're up this morning, getting some breakfast. We're about to make about a 30-minute drive to this particular river. We're going to be doing some fishing, and we got some high expectations. They told us to pack for rain just in case it rains, but we are ready. Got our lunches packed, and we're hoping for a good day of fishing. And this is part 2 of our Alaskan series. So if you haven't went and watched part 1, go ahead and do that. Hit that subscribe button, because we're going to be giving details on how to plan a good Alaskan trip, the cost, things that we would do, the things that we wouldn't do. But in the meantime, we're about to put this camera down, hop in the truck, drive over to the river, and do some fishing.
Can you lower that ad or whatever it is, Stanley?
Be a ghost town, man. It's like
No, I was
spot at the
looking
mall. People live for this stuff. Apparently,
at
3:30 in the morning. This place is already packed. We're
the
gonna catch some fish.
more.
Ready to roll.
So if I don't make it out,
Apparently, these guys do Georgia outdoors.
We use salmon eggs, so salmon roe.
It's right down from my house, right there, Stanley.
Plugs.
Yep.
Quick fish is the style of plug. And we put like a sardine wrap underneath.
You got a boat?
Lash it to the belly of the plug with like a stretchy thread.
Not yet. Maybe if me and Sam Fisher win, I might buy a skiff.
Oh wow, he's got like
Yeah,
a depth,
like,
one of those depth meter things. So you have to go fairly deep.
47 on the counter there.
So they're trolling.
I got it.
It's like the Price is Right, you know.
$1 over and you're done.
Yeah. No, just these numbers, they get the gear away from the boat far enough that I feel like, we can kind of sneak up on them. But
Interesting.
that's the river by my house.
Right.
Just follow him. Just steer wherever he goes. You just follow him. Yeah, that's a nice one too.
Do we need to net him? Will you stay and keep us employed?
Wow.
He's put on a show for us.
Yeah,
Come on, son.
Kings don't usually jump like that.
Yeah, he found it.
He's forcing that fish in, isn't he?
That is awesome. Yeah. I haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, I see. It's taking out drag.
Now, there you go.
Give me a little commentary. Eat something, man.
Well, honestly, I'm just nervous as I'll get it. He's gonna come off.
Yeah. You ain't got him in the boat yet.
Put that negative.
Yeah.
It only took you 2 days to get here from this moment.
Yeah. I mean, but he's living it out.
He is living it up.
Just follow. Stay squared up to that.
He's not on them pants right now.
Look right there. He is gnawing the babies.
Back all the way down and see the diver. One more crank. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Up. Pick him up.
Got him.
That's a keeper, too.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the name of the big?
That's the way you get them, Stanley. Right
Yeah, man, that's a beauty. Oh, and the hook popped out.
Right out we got it, huh?
That is silver?
The largest one anybody's landed so far for the
That's
season.
just silver.
Got some close, but this is a stud. This is a really nice first run fish.
Oh.
It keeps them from flopping around.
Incredible. That's a big old fish.
Knock them in the head.
So that's a steelhead.
Close to 20.
Or is that a king salmon? I can't remember what silver is a nickname for.
Jeanette,
Okay.
or no?
Yeah,
Yeah, these guys are high tech with
20.
those Sims
Right
waders.
on the
These
dot.
damn things are like $300 or more.
Look at that fish. Big old gar.
Must be nice to be that rich.
You don't have to be rich,
Man, that was
Stanley.
awesome.
I
First king salmon ever.
thought pike had teeth.
Nervous, not sure what to do. It felt like every decision I
Those
was making.
aren't pike
Nolan got us taken
things.
care of. We got him in.
Awesome
Awesome
let me look
experience.
that
That was
up.
incredible.
So right out of the gate, we nailed this first king around 5 a.m. At this point, we're thinking, man, we're going to have a
Jeanette
smoking
salmon.
day. Little did we know it would be about 8 hours later before we would hook up with our next kingfish.
Chase the yacht away from the fish.
And, oh, you just got,
Yeah,
man, they're like,
pike do have sharp teeth.
working back.
Those
No, I'm
aren't
not
pike.
thinking of an alligator gar. I know what a gar is because they have those in the Savannah River, among other places.
Nice and easy. Off and reel. Lift and reel. Lift. Smooth. Lift and
Okay.
Yep. Off to the side. Heel down. Off to the side. You gotta give him like a little bit more aggressive. There you go.
Okay. I just don't want to break him loose.
No, you're not gonna break the line. It's just you gotta sideways. Take him up. Lift him.
Rolling another one in. Look at that.
Yeah. A hen. All right. Tagged out. Sweet.
And fishing for no little bitty fish.
I don't know what these other
Fishing
guys
for
can
the
do, but I
big
came to
fish.
Alaska to catch fish.
That's like a little guy leaning like a dolly or something.
I get my hand on
I see it.
Wind up my pocket right here, please.
Leave it.
It's turned into an outdoor show.
Yeah.
I reckon, Stanley.
You guys got to watch those other rods. We can keep them in. We just might have to move them. Yep, stay on them. You guys keep those rods so you can put them back down. We're good now. Nice job.
Got another one.
Steelhead. So we can't keep these. But remember we're talking about steelhead, sea run rainbow trout. That's what that is.
Okay.
So we just have to let them go.
Okay.
But you got to see a steelhead. Just keep them off the boat.
Oh, catching them with prop baits.
Yeah.
Is that
That's
a
a
prop
pen
bait or-
fryer.
No, they gotta
What's
throw it
that?
back. Gotta throw it
What's
back.
that, Stanley?
No, they gotta. Yeah, that is a
Starting to
prop
get silver,
bait.
but it's kind of like a rainbow trout. It's really thin because she spawned already.
Get out of here.
Bigger the
Huh?
ones in the lakes in California. That's
I ain't the motherfucker.
a pretty rainbow trout.
It's good to know that all the way here in Alaska, they got rednecks too. You ought to check out this boat ramp. You literally just hook it up to a cable and pull it out on the mud.
It's like right down the hill from my house right there. Getting ready to eat it now.
No. Keep his eggs to himself. It's a big one.
I'll work a little bit on.
About to play that bit. There you go.
Yeah, like twice the product. So these are the gonads. It's like nuts.
And flip it over and do the other side.
A slab of meat weigh, I guess. You figure 20 pounds of fish.
Oh, we'll have 10 pounds of meat here. Easily. We get about 50% plus on the yield. Usually, I'd say it's probably closer to 55 or 60 on salmon. So these are like my fillet style.
Now the fish processor, I'll drop it off there.
Yep.
Store it. What actually would they do? Do they do anything else other than get it shipping ready?
They'll vacuum seal it and freeze it, and then they'll hold it for you, and you can either overnight it, which I don't really recommend, or you can check your fish as a check bag in a cooler
wow.
box. And that's the best way to get it home. It'll be frozen at -40, so when they fill up that cooler box, I mean it'll stay frozen for 24 hours easily. Like it'll be rock solid when it get home.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a full service guide. Full service guide service.
I live right there, family. Right there.
You lived up in the mountains.
This young lady here.
Well, we have mountains here too, family.
I thought you lived on one.
But she's gonna get the rest of it processed up.
Well, I live on the side of one.
That's going to be vacuum sealed and frozen really good.
Ready to go back to Georgia?
Ready to go back to Georgia. I take it back to Tennessee with me every year.
All right, we are back at the cabin. This is actually the next day after that king fishing trip, and we got the fillets cleaned out, and we're back here grilling them. We've actually got sockeye from today's fishing trip, which you'll see in a later video, and we're going to do a taste comparison between king salmon and the sockeye. Very simple preparation: salt, pepper, a little bit of Tony Chachere's on the grill, and we're going to see how that turns out. But it was a great day of fishing. Kind of slow, kind of cold. What you come here to Alaska to fish for?
You know what? I actually have some up in the pantry. I don't think it's that good.
You don't have that in the pantry, family.
I had to get it off.
I actually don't like salmon that much, to be honest. It's not my favorite fish.
Oh boy, that looks. Here we go. That is, oh my goodness, that is some of the finest I've ever had.
You can get them in Utah, flown in from Alaska.
So I mean, I've
That
had
is
Alaskan
that
salmon
is so
before.
good. Probably for one
I
more
don't
bite.
know
It's got a
why
lot
I
of fat.
don't
I'm not
like
used to
salmon
fish
that much.
with that much fat in it, but it has.
It's got kind of a
I'm not a
sweet
real.
taste that I don't
Or we're about to
particularly
try the
like.
sockeye
Could
salmon. We're
just
gonna
be
see
that
how
I
this
grew
Yeah.
turns
up,
out.
you know,
Great looking piece of fish.
eating East Coast fish.
Be honest, Stanley, I'm not the biggest fan myself, but
Not a
if
thing in
I
the world
catch it,
will ever
I'm gonna
match
eat it.
some of the best fish that I've ever eaten.
I like salmon.
Yes,
I like it
that
cooked.
is
I like it
that
tartare.
beats any
I
salmon at
like
your
it
frying
sushi.
version right there.
Good,
Fresh
but I haven't
out of
eaten
the
it
grill.
raw for super long, like
Oh my
basically
goodness.
since Fukushima.
That king
As a
salmon was
matter as
amazing.
a
It was
matter of fact,
some of
I
the best tasting
prefer it
salmon, but
raw.
just traced with some good fat in there.
I prefer it
Amazing.
sushi
The
style
sockeye salmon, nothing wrong with that at all, but I have to give the slight edge to the king
cooked,
salmon. So
and
I hope you enjoyed
also
this video. I can't even
salmon
explain
skin
how much fun it
rolls.
was to make it. Something
I
we've been
love
looking
crispy
forward to and
salmon
waiting
skin. Now
for many years to do.
that's
So
my
I hope you
favorite
enjoyed it.
part,
Hit
believe
that
it or not.
subscribe button. Go check out our previous video and the upcoming videos. But until the next one, this has been the Alaska edition
You know, give
of
me a
How to
crispy
Georgia Outdoors.
salmon roll, and I'll definitely eat that. A crispy skin salmon roll.
Yeah, it sounds good. I'm not a super skin person though. I don't like the super fishy anything of any fish. Just kind of like a mild. It's fine.
I like the salmon skin. I can't I don't like it when people peel the skin off the salmon. But don't do that. That's my favorite part.
Let's see here.
Thanks for playing that, Stanley. That's right there by where I live. Right there.
Oh, glad to do it.
That's where Porsche and HB would be. Right down there catching them salmon. But I think HB just wants to watch whales and shit. He don't want to catch no salmon.
Yeah, well, fishing's not for everyone, I guess.
What'd you say he wants to do? Watch whales?
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty amazing. Are the orcas up
Yeah.
there right now?
Not yet. They're on the way though. From ever since I came to the PNW, like I never wanted to live anywhere else since I live in the Pacific Northwest. You know, like where else do you need to go? Like nowhere. Like it's all right here. Why would you ever want to go anywhere else?
It is beautiful up there, but I don't know if I could take all that cold.
Well, that's all right. Come up when it's hot and sunny, which is rarely.
Wow, this is really high production.
Yeah, like trading summer for here, or in the lower 48 for summer for there. Maybe 1 year I could do it, maybe.
Huh.
You wouldn't believe it. People come from all over the world to live here or like catch our fish down.
Oh, I believe it. Didn't Sam Alito get in trouble for taking a plane up there?
Mhm. Oh no, did he?
Yes.
I don't know shit about that.
Well,
Red.
they float fishing? Or are those just markers?
Going on your side, go get this fish. Yeah. Hold up. Come on, get on. Yeah. With my luck, catch that mountain, bring it around that pole and break. Hold up.
Just trying to keep the bait up off the bottom.
Yeah, well, they're gonna work for us. One more time.
Oh, he's good at that.
You get him yet, Dad? Oh. Somebody come back over there and get him, huh? Where the sheep is? We are to share. Boy, we back down that point and say in the marsh. Trying to get him. Trying to tear him up today. Don't look like no happiness though. See if I can pay him with a clip can back there. Watch it go there. Oh, it's too late. We need some more weight.
Thank you, Jewel.
Yeah. Go back over here and give me one right quick. Got the bait. See if I can make a good difference this way.
I didn't catch where they're fishing. Wherever it is, it looks like high tide.
Almost at the boat.
Usually want to catch the tide when it's running.
Yeah, can on like the red. Chill. The red, kill. Don't stop. Keep it tight. There you go. Oh God.
They must have caught something because they usually. Oh, there goes. He's got
Big old
something.
red. No, that's a drop. That's a big red. Ain't more than that, Cody.
Oh, God, come on, yeah.
Ain't more than that, Cody.
Oh, God.
Working it. Big drop. Big drop. Bring him on this way.
Oh shit, that is a big drum.
Yeah,
Or is that a redfish? It's like a drum.
Yeah, I don't want it.
Go, Cody. Where?
Yeah, with it.
That's some little marsh one.
Yeah, little marsh one. See that well.
There you go, Cody.
Yeah, God, man. Oh, rough too. That tree looked like a red.
Worked you out, huh?
Yeah, it did.
Go outside.
Hey, big one, y'all. I done missed two over there.
Unhook him and hold him up, Cody.
Not this time,
Hold him
y'all.
up, get a picture with him.
Not this time.
Man, that fish is mighty inactive.
Yeah, I got you. Still hit over there. We're ready, red. Look at that little red. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's a
That's
redfish.
him.
Turn around, Cody.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, man. I don't know if y'all want him or not.
No, I
We
don't
can
want
catch
that.
nothing like that.
I don't
All
want
right.
it.
I don't want him either. Catch it when we find out. Cook up with it. Where's one more?
Shake back. Shake back, Big Daddy.
What's going in there?
Going on now.
Perfect. Yeah, the perfect threw it back too. Hey, you been perfect there. Let me see that towel. Did I drop that? Yeah. Whew. Boy, that thing is bad. I'd rather do a red. I don't even want no party. Huh? Well, he didn't pull like a red. You know, red gonna go all over.
What the hell was that?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a redfish.
I don't even want no party. Huh? But my wrist already ain't too good. We just weigh it out there. Get some meat. Nice. Nothing tonight. Y'all gonna have to feed me today.
Let's see, it's 106 here. So in about 50 minutes or so, I'm gonna
Gonna go ahead
wrap
on
this
and
up.
ease on down about another 300 yards. Fished another little oyster reef. About 300 more yards downstream there, y'all. Try to see what we're gonna do. Put something bigger in the pot. Bigger in the pot. Why you boy fisherman? Still at you. Yeah. Hey, when he play with it, come back here and pick him up. Yeah. Take that bait. Hit it
A
again.
late poncha train or something?
I'll take that bait.
This is a different day.
All right, Cody, one more cab. We're going for big red. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hip. Oh, yeah. I got my bait. See, you took the bait. He took it that time.
I don't know. What did he catch there? I was about to say casting out in the open like that, unless there's structures or something. I don't know how much I'd like doing that. You know, put a float on it and just leave it out there.
Excuse me, Sam.
Oh, little bigger trout. Little white
trout.
White trout, y'all.
White trout.
Oh. You better be glad it ain't hard time. Oh, yeah, you better be glad. I would have ever concerned with that. Yep. Hey, y'all, we about to move on around and go to the other hot spot and show y'all some good action. Mighty boy fisherman. Check y'all when we get to the other spot.
Tough guy.
Yo, what's happening?
No, nothing much.
Oh, you gonna take all my
We're
Did
You
you
down
get a
just
here?
chance?
watching people
Did you get a
fish.
chance to sit with that song?
I'm playing it now in the background.
Oh no, the I'm talking about psychedelic.
It's playing in the background.
It is. Oh, I can't even hear it.
Oh yeah, it's in the background. It's in the background. As a matter of fact, it was a. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, there you go. You can barely hear it though. You listened to it last night?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's up, tough guy?
What up, player?
I was worried about you down there in San Diego. I was like, oh no, tough guy's gonna get burned up.
No, I'm straight.
Shit.
Thanks for checking on me. Everybody was checking on me when I'm good.
What happened?
There was a few places out here that was burning up, but we usually do have fires though, so it ain't nothing new. It's just that Palisades one was real bad.
What
But
I knew
I heard it
you
was
said.
the
No, you said.
illegals that's doing that shit. The people that's about to get deported. That's what they said that was going down there at the border, like, cause the border had big ass fires.
I heard they're the ones starting the fires or the illegal immigrants. But
Yeah, yep.
yeah, they're the ones starting the fires. I hope Tom Hummon gets down to the
You
bottom
know
of
what?
it.
Let's not do that. You don't know. You don't know what started the fire.
Well, that's what they saying, cause it
Yeah, that's
happened
what
by
they're
the border.
saying, but that's not what they're proving.
Mm.
I'm literally not going to have a whole conversation about what somebody said.
Hey, it don't matter to me.
Damn. You gonna end up starting the boat up.
Tough
Yeah.
guy wish you could catch a fish. They ain't got no water in the
Well,
desert, is they, tough guy?
he's in San Diego. They're right on the water, on the Pacific Ocean.
Big drum.
He ain't come up yet.
Drum don't run like that.
I don't know.
You
Sometimes they do.
catch any fish, tough guy? You ever caught a fish?
Let's see what he gonna do.
No, never
Really?
caught a fish, but I have been
I
fishing.
thought a lot of people fished out in Kansas.
Oh, they do. I just never. I'm not. I'm not. I never did it like that.
Well, you can tell this man has been fishing all his life. He just looks like he has. All they're doing is catching these little sea trout.
You having his way, I know that.
Damn, whatever he's got is big enough to take the drag out.
Yeah.
Let's bring him in.
You whining, he's steady going. Boy, he walking too.
They some professional fishers. They know how to catch some shit.
They're, I don't know if you call them professional, but I mean, fishing's actually not that hard if you've been doing it a while.
I hope so.
Shit might be bigger than that. Yeah, you keep him.
I
at
hope it's a
27.
big one. All that
You
effort
work
he's
him all the way
putting in.
around to the other side.
I'd like to know what the strength of his line is because he's horsing that fucker in. That's a lot of effort.
Oh, that's a red. That big red. Get that net, Cody. About the netting.
He caught that thing way out there. Yeah, you know what? I've caught redfish before. You don't want to. I mean, he's wailing on that thing. And I know it's not 8 pound test line. 10 is actually what I usually use, troll, for inshore saltwater fishing. Maybe 15 in the summer. But you usually what he's doing with that
Oh, the
10 pound
screen
test,
The screen must
he,
have went off.
I don't know. That 10 pound test, we'll see how big that fish is. Maybe he's fighting the tide or something. That could be it.
Red. That's a red. That big old red.
Yeah, that is pretty big.
Bring him over here, lad. Bring him over here.
It's not 10 pounds though.
I got my dog at night, Red.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hold on. Hold up. Get him where I can do something with him. All right, hold up.
Yeah, that's probably not even.
You never know.
That might be 3-4 pounds.
He probably about 30. That thing about 30 inches.
No.
That doesn't look 30 inches, but I guess it is.
I take a picture with him.
Maybe 25. We'll see. I hope they measure it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. About grab him, right.
Well, I guess I'm gonna get out of here, Stanley.
Okay, have a good night.
Well, would you share my pupper's link one time?
Yeah, I will. Before I go.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, no, that's probably about 30 inches. He's right.
What time you going to bed, Stanley?
I'm probably going to sign off in about 40 minutes.
Okay.
Unless you got something better to do. I do have a Pop the Balloon I was going to watch, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it to it.
Let's watch Nathan. Let's watch a drummer.
Yeah.
As long as it's not like copyrighted music or anything like that.
Oh no, man. They got a lot of drummer
Oh, don't throw that back. What?
drum videos.
Yeah.
Okay.
See now,
All that for one fish.
thrill is gone, baby. Thrill is gone away.
I'm gonna find a link. Or put in Nathaniel Townsley.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on tonight, Stanley.
Take it
Please
easy.
vote.
I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Please vote for my puppers. I'm begging. I'm not campaigning. I'm begging.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right, 12 man.
Love you, tough guy. Love you, Stanley.
Take it
See
easy.
y'all on the flip side. All right.
Flip side. That second video.
Now, what is he playing here?
Jazz.
Well, yeah, but they've got all kinds of music is about the one thing they will clip you for and quickly.
Well, this is more like band. This is more like band shit. It's not like.
Well, if it's any sort of copyright or anything like that, I'm not going to even bother playing it because music is one of these things. There was two things that happened to me a few days ago on one video. I showed like a 2-minute clip, and I didn't even realize it was E Tonight or whatever it's called. They basically blocked the video because of that 2-minute clip. So I had to go back and clip it out. And there was like 20 seconds of some song I don't even recognize, and they caught that. And
Hey, put them.
I had to clip that out. So
You can
I'm
put my
not
video.
messing with
Try my
your video.
Yeah. Just put in That Drummer Sky. THAT.
And what do you play?
That Drummer Sky. It's old though. This is when I was young.
It doesn't matter whether it's old or not. If it's copyrighted, they'll pick it up.
It's all mine. Everything on there is my music. It's my everything. Everything that you hear, everything you see.
Okay.
It's all me.
This
Yeah.
Now, do you have a channel?
I do, but I don't post nothing on there.
There's an interview.
Yeah, it is. Turn it up.
Oh, well, I haven't played it.
Hello world, this is That Drummer Sky. I'm from Leavenworth, Kansas. I'm 27 years old, and I've been playing drums for 12 years. I now live in San Diego, California. I always had my start in music in church, just listening to my mom going to choir rehearsals. My dad played jazz all the time, and I loved the sound of the drums. It stuck out most, when the song played, you know what I'm saying? And that's what captured me to want to play music and get into music.
You know what song that is?
With the psychedelic?
The artists that I work with in my career, Jay Carter, SL500, and the Wax Click, Tommy Redding, Rio, just to name a few. Beginning at a young level, being able to play is just a big thing, in front of all those people at church. That's a stage to me, and you got to be right, so you got to come with it, and that just goes with any other time that I play. The stage is anytime I'm in the studio or when I'm working.
See how I had that KC
I
hat on
love
back in
every
the day?
type of music. I think that
Right.
music is music, and
See
Well,
how I
how?
had the
Let's see.
KC
This
hat on back in
was
the day?
I think if you have
how
something to
long ago
say
was this?
This
vocally,
is a
or
long
if you
time
have
ago.
something to
Ooh,
play
12
on your
years ago.
instrument, then that's where it comes from the heart.
So I've
That's
been a
music.
Kansas City fan for a long time.
If I could work with anyone, I would have to say another drummer, and that would have to be Tony Royster, because that's the one I seen grow, and I know that if he can do it, I can do it. My most recent project will have to be with Jay Carter. I'm just working in the studio with a producer here in San Diego, guys. There are a lot of good artists out there today that I would love to work with, but I do think that the music industry is missing something. I think that drummer Sky, has something to do with that.
Is it Black Mario?
Yeah, I did that. There you go. That's my shit. That was a long time ago, man.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
What are these people doing? You know what? Let me play 12 Man's ad and drop his link. Tropes is asking, you ever peep DJ Harrison?
I don't know who that is. Now you know where that beat comes from. So now you know it's mine for sure.
Right. What is?
She gonna do what she want. She gonna do what she want. I forgot about that song that was on there.
Whatever 12 Man
I
put in the
walk
back
like a
of America's
pimp. I
favorite
talk like a
pet.
Mac. Fresh out the Benz, I ain't calling them back. Louis Vuittons or them Gucci G's on. Fresh out the, he said, what'd he say? Fresh full of water that they freezed on them. He said, I'm Dougie, 6 bottles of bubbly. I tooted and booty, can't nobody touch me. That's how you know this is old song, because he said tooted and booted. There was a song back in the day called Tooted and Booted.
All right.
That was in the
Well,
verse. Man, I've been doing music for a long ass time, bro. That's just crazy. Hey, but you seeing how I had the Kansas City hat on from a long,
right.
long time ago, right? So, and, a
There
lot
we
of people
go.
jumping on the bandwagon now, but I've been on, I've been fucking with Kansas City. That's where I'm from. Even in the video, you seen that it said I'm from Leavenworth, Kansas.
Right.
You seen that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I keep it 100, my nigga. But yeah, man.
Verified with Facebook.
I'm trying to think of another video we can watch.
In order to verify you're a real person, please log in. I had no fucking idea what my Facebook login is.
I bet you they wouldn't flag you if we play gospel music.
No, I'm not gonna even bother with it.
I know, but I bet you they wouldn't know.
Well, it's not Facebook that's the problem. It's the record companies that's the problem.
That's why I said they wouldn't care about gospel music. That's
The
pretty messed up,
gospel,
actually.
the company that put out the gospel record won't care.
Yep,
That's quite surprising.
that's fucked up.
Like I said, they flagged me for a few seconds of a song I don't even recognize.
Oh, really? Yeah. Especially if it's a popular song, they probably just algorithms.
I don't know exactly what it is that 12th man, if you're still in the audience, I wonder if I could do this from my phone because my phone has Facebook logged in. So let me do this. Oops.
You gotta go over to here for the T's channel, man, and say what's up. Get on the panel, man.
What is she live now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to go over there and say what's up to her?
No, I want to finish up here and then I'm going to bed. I'll listen in the audience. I mean, I'll be okay. You don't have to. You don't have to stay if you want to go over there.
I'm just saying you should go over there with me
Wait,
because you don't know.
did you answer Tropes?
Oh, I told him I don't know who that is.
Oh,
DJ
okay.
Harrison? Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I'll check him out though. But yeah, I was just trying to see if you can get on the panel because you ain't never been on the panel over there. So
To do what?
say hello to T.
Well, what I ought to do is one day before.
She would definitely be happy to hear from you if
Oh,
you
I'm
came
sure
over
she
there
would.
and say hello.
It's not that I'm shy. It's just that I've been up all day.
Nigga, what is 15 minutes to say hello?
It's 15 minutes. I'm not sleepy.
You be
I
going to
made
bed now, but
I
you going
made
back to
4 loaves of.
overnights.
I
When you
made
going back to overnights?
when Portia comes back. I mean, I could do it. I could do overnights now, but since she's not doing the evening show, I figured I would slide back and give folks what they don't want. Apparently, he says that he writes and records it all: jazz, soul, funk, hip hop, etc.
Oh, nice.
He says tell you to check out Everglades dash DJ Harrison. He writes and produces music. He does drums, keys, bass, everything.
Yeah. Sounds like a monster.
Is he in
Sounds like a
Florida,
beast.
Tropes? So let me. I'm going to go ahead and put the link. This is the link to vote for Sam Fisher. Vote
Who's Sam
for
Fisher?
Sam Fisher at. All right, everybody. The link to vote for Sam Fisher's in the chat. Please make sure you vote. And then also, I forgot, I haven't even done it once all night. Please make sure you hit the like button and share and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Yeah, it's been light tonight. I think HB and Portia wore everybody out with all the excitement in today's show.
Probably.
There were fat girls and Tiffany Henyard and just all kinds of black dysfunction.
Yeah, I bet. That beat is hard, man. I don't give a fuck, man. That shit sound dope as a motherfucker.
Yep, it's pretty good.
It's the guitars, I think.
Beach. It's Saturday evening, and as you can see, there is a lot of people fishing.
Jesus Christ.
Boats, people standing in
I
the
hope the
water with
salmon
their
are
dip
running.
nets.
That's the only reason about 50 of these people will be out there.
This is amazing. Totally cool.
This is just totally like somewhere I wouldn't want to be. I don't even understand why like 50 motherfuckers out there fishing in one spot.
Yeah, that's weird.
Unless there's a salmon run. I'm thinking that's got to be what it is.
Mm.
Oh, and the other thing I need to be up fairly early. Earlier than I would want to be.
Yeah, I should get up early too, man. But
Well, I mean, I
I've been
don't
I've been I've been
particularly.
sleeping in lately because I can. So it's been nice to be able to rest.
Well,
But
it's never not bad to sleep in.
yeah, it's nice to rest, but it's also nice to get up, get your ass up, and be productive. So
Hey, I made 4 loaves of bread, a batch of buttermilk biscuits.
yeah, that's a lot of damn carbs.
Well, I mean, put it in the freezer. I mean, I'm not gonna eat it all myself. I mean, I may eat it over a month or two.
So you bake bread fresh to freeze it.
Well, I'll keep a loaf out, but yeah, it freezes well. Bread freezes really well, believe it or not.
Yeah, I know. You just thaw it out for a couple hours and voila.
Well, this is homemade bread, so there's not a lot of. I mean, all it really is. Well, I did put an egg in it. I usually put an egg in sandwich bread just to make it more tender and not crumbly. But homemade bread freezes better, in my opinion. It freezes better than grocery store bread, mainly because it's not sliced. It's a
Oh
whole
yeah, it's all
loaf.
one whole. Yeah,
Yeah,
piece.
so I mean, it freezes pretty good. I put two. As a matter of fact, I baked bread. So I mean, I actually went to Amazon and bought bread wrappers. The
Hmm.
plastic bags. So I'll freeze 3 loaves, and because there are no preservatives, so I mean, it will mold after a couple weeks. I'm making tuna tomorrow. I got a couple cans of tuna, so I'm gonna make tuna salad and have tuna sandwiches for dinner tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And then I've got some. I made big buttermilk biscuits that I can slice in half, and you can make like let. It's a technique where you fold the dough over several times so you get those layers. Have you ever had Grand's
Yeah,
biscuits?
yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you just fold the dough a few times and then flatten it out and cut the biscuits out, and you'll get like grands. They'll peel right in half. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, it's not funny enough. I thought it would be harder. I've made buttermilk biscuits for years now, but when I was a kid, those grands, I thought it would be like some super special technique, but it's not.
Yeah. Just gotta know how to cook that shit, man. Some people just know how to cook well.
Yep. And then I made a nice pork steak, and I made okra, tomatoes to go over rice. So I had a full cooking day.
Yeah, if you know how to cook well, then you'll be able to
Yeah, this will last me a few days though.
pre-prep, or what do they call those pre-meals or whatever the hell shit. You can do all type of shit.
Yep. I mean, I'll eat tuna sandwiches for a couple days. Uh, then I'll make a pizza this weekend. I'm all set.
You got it all figured out.
Hey, I have nothing better to do.
Yeah, well, when you retired, gives you ample time to.
Well, that and I have an empty nest here, so
Yeah, that too. Because we usually do all our stuff for our kids, and then when they go away, it's like habit. So. But yeah, all right, Stanley. Well, shit, you gonna close your show out? I'm about to dip. I'm gonna say
yeah,
hi
I
to T, and
probably
then I'm
will.
gonna
I'm
go into
just gonna
bed too.
go. Let's see, how many hours has this been?
It says,
4:55.
yeah, 4:55. So you got like 5 more minutes to do it straight.
No, I'll go till the top of the hour
Oh, okay.
because I do want to watch a little bit of this Pop the Balloon. This is a Pop the Balloon
Oh,
senior
okay.
edition. She
Oh yeah,
looks
that's
good. I
that's
don't
right
know
up your
how
alley.
old she is, but
Yeah, it's right up your alley. Check it out.
yeah, it's kind of scary though. These women, these age appropriate women. Um, I've seen a 58-year-old that looked like she was 78. Scared the bejeebers out of me. I'm like, is this what I have to look forward to?
Yep, basically. But there's some good looking women out there that's older.
Oh yeah. Oh look,
Yeah,
this one deer has only one antler.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's about time they fall off. They don't last all year.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow, man. Or else
All right. Well,
Greg T,
tell
I'm gonna
T
say to you.
if
So,
I do come over there, I'll be in the audience and I'll say hi. I'll
all
be
right,
up
yeah, I'm gonna say
probably
whatever
this
her
weekend.
number.
I'd really this
Yeah.
weekend I'll grab some beer and get some sleep.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm about to say what's up, T, and then I'm about to go to bed. I'll holler at you later.
All right.
All right, man.
You know what, Tropes? I've been thinking about doing it because you can get the kit from Amazon. I don't know. I just haven't really. That's maybe something I ought to look into. It would definitely be a good hobby. I had a friend in college who decided to brew his own beer, so he bought like bottles. We would save our old beer bottles. He would clean them up, and you can buy beer caps and a little thing to put the beer caps on. Because he moved into a house, so he had a big enough kitchen to do that sort of stuff. It was pretty decent beer. Um, I don't know. I hadn't thought about it in years. Might be something I try. I don't know that it would be any cheaper than buying it though, because getting all the kits and all that jazz is pretty expensive uh, initially, and then I'm not even sure how you got to sanitize those bottles. Um, I don't know whether you put them in a big pot and boil them, or do you brew beer? Tell me how do you deal with sterilizing the bottles? Because those small neck bottles, you can't just put them in the dishwasher. Let's see. We'll watch a few minutes of this. This old people pop the balloon.
Hi, my name is Roger. I'm 73 years old. And of course, I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, I'm BD. I'm 71 years old, but I've never felt like I'm older than 18, and I'm looking for a real one.
You are definitely
Hello,
older than
my
18.
name is Terrell, 71 years old, looking for that real one.
Jesus. You dress like
Hi, I'm
you're
Robert Rex.
16.
I'm 60 years old, and I'm looking for a real one.
My name is Lee. I'm 63, and I'm looking for a real one.
I'm Champion. I'm 65 years old. I'm a retired teacher, a current biker, and I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, my name is Sergio. I'm 50 years old, and I'm looking for an honest, romantic, and I'm looking for a real one.
My name's Mick. I'm 66 years old.
Mick
I'm a
Jagger.
singer-songwriter, and I'm looking for a real one, but it's got to be magic.
Hi, my name is Richard. I'm 66 years old, and I'm looking for a real one.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to yet another episode of A Real One. I, Pointer, am your host, and I'm so elated, ecstatic, and excited for this fantastic event where we have some single real ones right here, and they are looking for their real one. Gentlemen, how you guys doing today? You doing all right?
Great.
Doing good? You look good. You look manly. And these single real one ladies are looking for a man. They're looking for a real one. So what's going to happen is they're going to come out one by one. You have your hearts. Your hearts are open. That means you are looking for love.
You know
now,
what?
If they come out and you don't really
78-year-olds,
like
should
them
they
based on
even be
appearance or something they may say or something they
driving?
may do,
Hey,
you got
Anon,
the
what's
right to
up?
break
How you
your
doing?
heart. Or they may break your heart if you like them, but they don't like you or any other case. And we're going to find out why. And we're going to continue that real one love search. But if you hold on to your heart, then that could be the real one for you. And we might even sponsor a Sizzler dinner or a biker bar kind of situation, whatever the case may be. We want to help you find your real one. So, gentlemen, are you ready? Yeah. All right. Well, let's get ready for our first real one. Let's get ready. All righty, folks, we're ready for our first real one. Well, my first real one, come on down. Come on in, lovely lady. How you doing? Take that mic for me.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful. It's such a pleasure to
my
have you
Lord.
here. Would you please tell these wonderful real ones your name, your age, and what you do?
My name is Diane,
She's a blue-haired old
and
lady.
I am a traveler, and I enjoy
She's a
people.
traveler from
Very
another
good.
planet.
Okay, a traveler. Now tell me this. What makes you a real one?
Well, I think I've been around the block enough that I know the difference between experimental and the real thing.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, with that information, I want my real ones to turn around. Can all my real ones turn around and face this wonderful real one? Okay. All right. Oh, very good. No broken hearts. That's a good sign, by the way. That means their hearts are open for you. So let's find out a little more information then. Let's do this. In relationships, there are heartbreakers. There are deal breakers. We call them red flags. What are some red flags that you have for a partner? If they do this, it's a red flag.
I think probably the biggest red flag is not talking. Lack of communication.
Okay.
I think that's very important.
Very important. Yes. I think these real ones agree. They have not broken their heart over that. Do you have any others?
Oh, I think that they have to be flexible. They have to be able to enjoy time with people that they like and with people they don't like. I think that's very important.
Okay. Wow. You have still. Oh, we did get a broken heart on
Oh,
that.
well.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. We'll go for one more question then. Just one more. In a man, what would you say is the number one quality? Now you listed, things that you don't like. What's the number one quality that you're looking for?
Integrity.
Okay.
Honesty. Truth.
Synonyms. Yeah, very good. All about integrity, honesty, and truth. We did get one broken heart. You're still looking real good. There must be failing you. But let's slide that over. Oh, a second broken heart.
Oh, well.
Uh-oh. So we just got
It's
one.
tough.
We don't have to walk as far. Walk down with me just a little, and we'll stop at just about there.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Lee, 63. You're lovely, but I, even though I know you have high heels on, so you're a little bit taller than natural, I like a girl to be about yay high, and she's going to be taller than me. So
you want a short queen?
Yes, you could say that.
All right. Now, he had his heart not broken. Is he someone that is your type?
Oh, probably not.
Okay. What makes him not your type?
I would think that he's probably someone that spends a lot of time by himself.
Why would you ascertain that?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. He just looks like a loner.
The one thing that is different with the senior editions of Pop the Balloon versus the younger folks, is these old people are brutally honest. They are honest and they don't flinch and they don't blink. I actually really like the senior edition. They just speak their mind. And it's kind of refreshing, actually.
Okay. Interesting. Are you a loner?
That's absolutely right. I retired last year, and now I just do yoga and meditation, and get a tennis partner every now and then. But I do spend a lot of time by myself reading books. And
beautiful. Self-care is important.
Very
All right.
important.
Let's move it on down because we did get another broken heart. We did. So you're okay. You're okay. Let's stop right about here. You okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I just
All right.
stepped on myself.
Uh-oh. That's okay. You're a real one still. Kind of face that camera for me. We'll do like, yes. So you can still talk to your real one, but do that. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Roger, 73. I was going to give a pass when you said traveler because I don't know if you have already done all your traveling or if you're looking at somebody who's going to take you traveling. I've already kind of gone that route myself. But as far as the deal breaker for me was being around people I don't like. That wouldn't work for me. Life's too short. But you're a very attractive lady.
Oh, I thank you.
Okay. Let's make sure we use that mic when we speak. But,
Thank you.
So besides that, is she someone that's your type? You said she's attractive?
Oh, very much so.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Is he someone that is your type?
Oh, probably not.
Okay. Tell us why.
Well, because he said that he's already done that part of life and he's sort of happy where he is. And I'm sort of looking for someone that still has some adventure left in them.
Okay. But what about aesthetically?
Oh, he looks very young and youthful and like he enjoys games.
Very good. Okay. All right. Well, let's walk it on back safely. Walk it on back with me because we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 real ones that have not broken their maybe 7. Okay, 7. Make sure we keep those hearts in front, fellas, so we can see it beating. What I'm gonna do, no, stay in because you gotta, get in still on the action. And some people want hearts back, believe it or not. After they find out something about a real one, they're like, okay, I need my heart back. They want a heart transplant, technically. So at any rate, let's do this. Based on appearance, you've seen the real ones now. Unless you have an essential question you could ask to narrow down this love search, I'm going to ask to borrow a toothpick. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to eliminate 2 based on appearance. Unless you have a question to ask these real ones, like an essential, like, do you like dogs? Do you like pizza? Something that is really important to you that could determine a relationship.
Well, dogs and pizza aren't important.
Or not.
No.
Okay, so take this. And I might ask you to walk down and break 2 hearts. Unless you have a question that could narrow it down. I mean, they're all very
supposed
handsome.
to do this all on appearance?
Yeah.
That seems very shallow.
Or do you have a question to ask? Do you have an essential question that determines relationships for you? If not, I can ask. I can do my job.
Well, I think you should figure this one out.
I'm going to help her
Obviously, we're all here because something hasn't worked along the line.
Well, could be. Let's do this. This is always an essential. Some hate me for asking, but I think it's great to narrow it down immediately. Religion or politics? Do you want someone that is religious or political or not religious, not political? You don't have to get specific, but hey, it can be a deal. Use that mic.
I think religion is important. I feel that politics are important, but there is also a time and a place for both. And I would hope that someone that I would choose would have the ability to tell the difference.
Okay. So do you want someone that has the same viewpoint as you in terms of time and a place for both? They don't have to be overly...
No, exactly.
Okay.
to be able to be a citizen and vote. I think politics are important.
Okay, seems like they agree with you on that. I'm only going to ask one more, and then it might be time to pop or break a heart. So I'll ask you this: have you ever been married? Use the mic.
Yes.
I'll ask how many times. That does matter to some real ones.
Once.
Okay, this is a crazy question. Only a real one ask it. What was the reason why it didn't work? Because that could determine it, if she's cheating or if they cheated. Sorry, I love you, but I can't.
Oh, I know. No, I would say that I just grew up and we grew apart. I think that sometimes that's the most obvious reason that relationships don't work.
Okay.
In my experience.
All right. If you don't have an essential, I got to have you pop 2. I got to have you pop 2 hearts. You got to break 2 hearts. Really? Yeah, based on appearance.
Well, you look far too healthy. And you look far too quiet.
Far too quiet. Okay. Well, wow, I love how you're strutting. Let's stop right here. Let's go name, age. Now, you had your heart not broken. Tell us why. Name, age, why you had it broken.
Robert Rex. I'm 6 years old, and I was fascinated with her, and I still wanted to find out some more.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
Why, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, tell us why you broke his heart.
As I said, he looks too healthy.
So you don't want someone super healthy.
Well, he's, I think there's good in moderation.
Okay, but he is someone that's your type, but less muscle.
Less muscle.
Okay.
A little more normal looking. You look lovely.
That's a good compliment. That's a good problem to have. All right, let's walk it on down to the other real one that you broke their heart. They're holding out for you. You got a lot of hearts holding out. That's a beautiful thing. All right, let's stop right at about here. You're perfect. You had your heart unbroken. So step up just a little more for me. Perfect. Name, age, why you had your heart unbroken.
Yes, I'm Sergio. I'm 50 years old. And I haven't, broke the heart because to me, every woman has something attractive. And I think she has something attractive, but in the way that she speaks, she's not saying the truth in some words, like she's like very restricted, what I can see, but she's attractive,
Okay, so you don't think she's telling the truth about certain things?
No, not at all.
What do you think she's not telling the truth about?
Because it looks like she's asking for too much. She's a little restricted. So I don't think, she's saying the truth.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
It could be. It could be possible, You never know.
Never know.
Yeah. Can work out.
She broke your heart, so it ain't going to work, but
really bad.
There's always next time.
There's always next time. Now, tell us why you broke his heart.
As I said, he looked very quiet and very reserved, and he just looked a little too quiet for me.
Okay. Well, is he someone aesthetically that's your type?
Probably not.
Why is he not really?
No, that's a good question. I really feel that it's hard to look at someone that you haven't had dialogue with and find a common denominator.
Okay. Let's walk it on back because you still have some hearts that are still beating and pulsating at a very good heart rate. So I like that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to offer the real ones with hearts. You can ask this real one a question. Do any of you real ones, if you elevate your hand, we'll walk over to you. Do you have a question for this real one? You got to thank you. Somebody's got. Okay. He was about to ask too, so you don't have to walk too much.
Well, point to ask you your age, but you didn't give it. Was that on purpose?
Does it matter?
Use that mic.
Does it matter?
Well, it only matters that he asked you a question and you didn't answer it.
I feel that age is only a number and that you are only as old as you feel. So if you want to be 50, you could be 50. If you want to be 100, you could be 100.
Fair enough. Does that work for you? Sure. Okay. Let's go down to our other real one that had a question. That was a very interesting answer. All right. Name, age, and your question.
Champion. I'm 65 years old. I'm a retired teacher and I like motorcycles. So my question to you, young lady, is how do you feel about motorcycles or riding in the back of a motorcycle?
When I was 16, I was riding on the back of a motorcycle and got a horrible burn on my leg. And I've never liked them since that day. Sorry.
Oh!
Well, that's the common denominator.
Yes, and that's why we got to ask these. Great.
That's
question.
fine.
So tell us why you're breaking your heart.
I ride motorcycles a lot. Just 3 weeks ago, I kind of busted up my knee and I burned my shin on the tailpipe. It is a little on the dangerous side. I appreciate your concern, but that would be a deal breaker for me.
I totally understand.
Use that mic.
I totally understand. I have friends that ride, and they're always offering me a free ride, and I tell them thank you, but no thank you.
So you were holding on to your heart for a while. Is she someone that's your type?
I was.
She's someone that's your type.
Attractive young lady, and that's it.
Yeah, she probably identifies as 25 or 20 something. So it's a real young lady here. That's a beautiful thing. Is he someone that's your type?
Oh, probably not.
Oh, why not?
Well, because he likes motorcycles.
Okay, but aesthetically.
Oh, yes, he's a very nice looking man.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I was trying to hook you up. I was trying to get a compliment for you. All right. Now, name, age, and tell us why. Well, step back just a little for me. We're in full. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Mick, 66, motorcycle. It's a motorcycle thing.
You drive a motorcycle too, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, it's a wonderful sport if you enjoy it, and it's terrifying if you don't.
Yes. So she's someone you hold on to your heart. Is she someone that's your type?
Well, I don't know. I'm a little afraid of like the blinginess. I'm, kind of more of a,
more chill.
Yeah, more chill. Yeah.
Okay. Is he someone that is your type? Use the mic. Use the mic. Use the mic.
Probably not.
Okay. Now, why aesthetically? Because I don't.
No, he's a very nice looking man.
Okay.
But again, with interests that aren't interesting
to you.
To me.
Yeah. All right. No, that works. That totally works. Let's walk it on back. You still have some hearts. You have 3 hearts remaining. And so you still have some work to do. Did any of our other real ones, did you have a question for this real one? I don't want to do too much zigzagging, but if you have a question, okay, let's walk on down. We'll get you some exercise in. It's okay. Yeah. Let's walk on down. Name, age, and your question.
My name is Terrell. I'm 71 years old. And I would like to ask you, what's your favorite cuisine?
Probably Italian.
I see.
Oh, that is a heartbreaking question. Tell us why you broke your heart.
Well, I can't stomach Italian food because I like to watch my weight, and it's a lot of carbs, and I do too much work in the gym to be ruined by all those carbs.
Understood.
Oh, well.
I have to keep my schoolboy figure.
Good for you.
Thank you very
much.
Now
you were holding on to your heart.
Oh, yeah, because she's very beautiful and she's tall and looks like a lot of fun.
Why, thank you.
Absolutely.
So she's someone that's your type.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely my type, but the food, nah.
All right. Is he someone that is your type aesthetically? Use the mic.
Probably not.
Okay. Why not aesthetically?
I'm not into ripped jeans. I think that's from days gone by.
So the ripped jeans are a no-go for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay.
We love dinosaurs. Jurassic Park, very successful franchise. Let's walk it on back because you still, pardon me, man, you still have 2. You have 2 hearts. Oh my goodness, you are killing it at a real one. So that means they're holding out for you. So I do want to see, BD, do you have a question? Let's walk over. It looks like you might ask one. Okay.
I do want to say, I think you have a wonderful sense of style.
Oh, thank you.
And
thank you.
I was just somewhat curious about what your occupation has been. Most of us have had many occupations, but what have you?
Oh, I've done all kinds of interesting things. I've had a hamburger stand, and I've been in the broadcasting business, and I've been in the airline business, and I've been in the modeling business, and I've been in all kinds of monkey business.
Interesting.
Thank you.
That answers your question.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. All right. Do you have a question for either one of these real ones? Their hearts are holding out for you. Do you want to ask them a question?
What brought you here today?
Let's walk it on forward. What brought you here today? Yeah, we're going to go both. We're going to do both.
Honestly, I just thought it would be fun. I've seen Pointer's show before, and it seems like an entertaining program. And, I was invited to be on it. And so I thought, why not? Have a little fun on a Sunday afternoon.
Good for you.
Maybe find love. Who knows?
Good for you. I like that answer. Good answer.
Okay, now let's go to this gentleman. What brought you here today?
A couple of months ago, I Well, I've been mourning the love of my life for
I'm sorry.
a little over a year. And a couple of months ago, I met someone who made my heart race a little faster. It was just a brief encounter, but it made me realize that it was time to end my period of mourning. And so when I got this invitation, I thought, this is the thing to do this afternoon.
Wow, that almost brought a thug tear to my eye. That's beautiful. Wow, thank you.
Lovely.
Wow, that was great. Okay, based on those responses, do you have a final question for them, or do you want to break a heart? What do you want to do?
Oh, I don't want to break any hearts.
Well, you've already broke some, so you've been on a roll.
But
you still have a toothpick in hand, right? Okay. If you don't, unless you have one more question to determine the real one search. If not, I'm gonna have to have you break one.
if you weren't here today, where would you be?
These are good questions.
I would be at a screening. There was a 2:00 screening of a movie I wanted to see, but I blew it off to come here.
Good for you.
He's looking for a real one. That's a valid reason to look for a real one. All right, what would you be doing if you weren't here right now?
I would be at home watching the end of a mini series that I've been watching on Netflix and playing a guitar, maybe repairing a guitar, and hoping that someone would be getting in touch with me to buy a guitar.
Okay.
Interesting hobby.
Did that clear up your decision-making process, or does it still, two handsome real ones is still kind of tough?
Still kind of tough.
Final question. First date. Where would you take this lovely real one on a first date? In 1 to 2 sentences.
I tend to go pretty casual on first dates. So I try to do coffee or a hike or a glass of wine, something like that. Something small, something limited, where you're just spending a little time getting to know the person.
All right.
Thank you.
First date, step over with me just a little more. We want you in frame. Perfect.
I think it'd be nice to get a meal and have a long conversation, get to know each other.
All right. You've got to make a decision. You've got two hearts right next to each other that are, still open for you. Are you open for them? It's not a real 2, it's a real 1. So you gotta go with
gonna
one.
pop them both.
Well, I don't play the guitar.
Okay. All right. You had your heart not broken. Tell us why.
You mean until it was broken just now?
Right.
I saw and heard nothing that I felt was objectionable.
She was a real one.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I know he got down to the wire. He wasn't one of the first. Why did you, wait until the last minute to kind of break his heart?
Well, I think that I had an opportunity to hear more about who he was and less about what was going on.
Interesting. All right. So you got one here. Do we have a final question? If not, I'm going to have both of you walk back, ask a final question, and then you might head off to, a screening or something like that. Do we, let me ask this. Is he someone that is your type?
Oh, probably.
Hey, that's good. I thought you were going to say no. I'm scared. Okay. Why? Why the probably? Because that's a positive. That's a positive. It's better than negatively not. So tell us why.
Well, I think that he has tenacity. He stayed. He came. I think that's honorable for all of the gentlemen.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type? You've been holding on to your heart.
Physically, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a very attractive woman.
What you've heard, personality-wise, is that your type?
Well, I haven't heard any deal breakers, but I need to know more.
Okay. Oh, that sounds like a first date topic. So step on out with me. Step on out. You're going to back up right here, and then you're going to step right here. Very good. Here is my final question, so these real ones can maybe go head on. Do you feel this could be a real one connection?
I don't know yet. It could be.
What I want to hear. Could be, but possibly. Do you feel this could be a real one connection?
Well, we'll have to stay tuned.
All right. Well, would you gentlemen please clap it up? We've got a real one connection, possibly, but I'm still happy about that. Very good. I'm going to take this mic. I'll even take the toothpick. Oh, toothpick, very good. And I'll take yours too. Y'all won't be breaking anything. Go on off that way. Maybe escort her out. Clap it up for him one more time. Oh, my goodness. We've got a real one connection. Very good, folks. Very good. Well, if that's the case, let's get ready for our next real one.
All right, folks. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. It's getting a little late for me. I will probably wrap this up. I'm sorry. Watch this
the rest of this some other time, maybe tomorrow. So I believe I will be on probably around the same time tomorrow, maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later. So appreciate everybody being here. I enjoyed it. And please make sure you hit the like on the way out. And also share and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Make sure you support the channel. Make sure you support the hosts. We do have Cash Apps, and there's a link somewhere that flows through every now and again. And lastly, make sure you hit that link to vote for 12th Man's dog, Sam Fisher, so we can get him back in first place where he belongs. So with that, I will bid everyone good night, and I will more than likely see you tomorrow. Thank you all. Bye.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.